Let's see. That's worse. Okay, that's reasonable. Oh my goodness. Hey Chris, I presume the sound is good, everybody? Uh, Roger, Jeff. Oh, well, we've been busy this week. Um, hey, uh, is that Pa or Pennsylvania Patriot Prospecting? I'll call you Pa. Oh, it would be fine, Lars.
Hi, everybody.
She's yonder. Uh, anyhow, yeah, we had a heck of a gully washer here yesterday, Chris, but not when we were here. Chris says hi, little one. Um, we came back and there was gravel across the road and everything right where we park. So it must have come down pretty hard. That was a good one, Rock. I said that was a good pun there. Um, anyhow, so we've been working out at the ranch. Hey, Richard. Um, mainly doing testing and such this week. Although last week we very quickly got the ore from the last trip to the mine crushed, pulverized, and in the tank. So the tank now has 1,500 pounds of ore in it, and um, I'm kind of waiting for some results. I was hoping Hiddle would have them done today because he's usually so fast. He quite often seems to they seem to show up on Sunday evenings. So my guess is he has a schedule where, like, during the week he crushes and splits and preps the samples and then fires up the furnace on Sundays, does that, and then does his calculations or something. Uh, Nitro-urea, yeah, that could get interesting, I think, Lars. Okay, Pennsylvania. And anyhow, so um, the it's been sitting in the tank, and the spot tests seem to get seems to be really good on the solution, and considering the 2-to-1 dilution ratio, would indicate that the selectivity in hauling that ore was highly justified. But where's my results? Hasn't shown up. So anyhow,
And thanks to furnace issues, I don't have results.
and well, even you're not really.
I have more from what's in the tank right now. I could run an assay.
Okay, well, if you quit blowing up the furnace with all that carbon. Now, we're not sure what's going on for sure, um, but and it could also be that I kind of closed off the holes a bit where the wires go through, little one.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not getting quite as much ventilation.
That is quite possible there.
But whatever the reason, the this latest rebuild on the kiln, while she's trying to roast resin samples, they tend to um, get so much carbon in the kiln that it literally takes out the element.
It's bad enough I can't even do smelting anymore, Bear.
What do you mean, little one?
The last two things I tried to smelt were not roasting. They were ordinary smelts, and they fucked it up.
What do you mean you weren't roasting? Okay. Was there raw resin in them?
There always has been.
Exactly. So in that way, you are roasting resin. You're not doing something only roasting resin, but okay, the whole point is you've got a hydrocarbon that is breaking down into carbon. That's the point. For whatever reason, a whole bunch of carbon forming inside there. So having a little element problems with that, but patching it together for now while I'm thinking, analyzing the situation. Let's see, who hasn't shown up? I think you're talking about Jim, who's, I presume he's still out in the hills. This is not unanticipated. The tentative plans he had included still being gone, but he's very, it should be a very interesting thing that he can talk about whenever he gets to talk about it. Hey, Jeff. But right now I can't say anything. But yeah, I would agree with that, Kodak. I agree, John. A fuel furnace would be nice for this, but we also need to control the temperature well. So it's kind of six and one and half the other. Um, we're working on it, but I would agree with that, John. A propane fired furnace would be a lot better for this if you had good temperature control.
He forgets I learned to cook on a wood stove.
No, I didn't. It's just that the wood stove doesn't run to 1600 degrees plus.
No, but I do understand something about controlling temperature.
We need to get an infrared thermometer and stuff.
Yeah. Or a pyrometer. A pyrometer would be nice.
That sounds great, Rock. He was supposed to get back to me when he looked at some stuff and had some time. So when he gets back to me, David said, "Hello, Mary Lou. How you do?"
Hi, David.
Hey, smoking. Exactly, David. I think we should get a T-shirt like that, Hard Rock University, and that would be good. But anyhow, so it's a complication. We are loading resin rapidly at this point, and it's not all that Eva can do, but it's a significant portion of her workload just to, hey, Shaggy, how's it going? Happy 4th to you too.
Hi, Shaggy. Happy Independence Day.
And as I said, merch is something I should probably get around to someday, but I'm just so darn busy. That'd be a good thing for the wintertime.
That's going to be my job.
Yeah.
Everything
merch.
is my job.
But anyhow, yeah, she's fairly busy just analyzing resin at this point. Jorge, when you say, can I draw a picture of the next phase of the process, can you describe which phase is the present phase of the process as you understand it? So I'll know exactly what you want to do. I'd be happy to do so, but I'm unclear exactly what it is you wish. Also looks like I need to move the board closer to the camera here. And at this point, I say we're loading resin fairly rapidly. We're trying a few different methodologies, but I think, well, let's see, we've got 320 times 2, and then we got 320 plus 1200.
We got a couple of
Nice.
kilos of resin.
So we've got 640 grams of resin fairly well loaded right now. We have another about 1,500 grams partially loaded and being topped off.
And a bunch in bags. We got over 2 kilos.
That's what I'm talking about, is the stuff in kilos. That's the 2. And then we've got other stuff that's either being topped off or waiting to be topped off. And so that's adding up quickly. The ore in the tank seems to be pretty good grade, but I can't tell for sure till I get the assays back. The spot test showed pretty good. The solution spot test seems to be very helpful in determining, I mean, as we're running it through the resin cartridges and taking samples, we can tell, well, without an external fan drying them out faster, we're usually looking the next day. We run it through the resin columns, move it from one tank to another, and we don't need to do anything till the next day anyhow. So we just come back, look at the spot, and see whether we have the same, or what looks like the same concentration before and after a cartridge. And if so, then that cartridge is considered to be probably loaded. If we're still getting, if the 2 cartridges passed are still doing good, we may leave it in there one more tank full just to top it off further. And so that seems to be working pretty well. Say, as I reported last week, throughput seemed to be going pretty good. Body's doing okay. We'll see what happens this week, because I'm going to push it this week. I've got to get down in the decline and pull out all the shorter pieces of ladder track that I was used to build on as I went deeper. Yank all those out and replace it with a single 10-foot piece of ladder track, which is going to be a little interesting. I have decided that in the future, I will probably go with 4 and 8 foot sections, because 4 foot sections and 8 foot sections, you work that together and you can get even amounts of a 20-foot chunk of steel. Yeah, Shaggy, we have an agitation system in the tank. Let me try and get this thing a little closer and a little bit better set up here. That's about right. That's got to be the camera. There we go. And
Next time, just tilt the room.
yeah, right. Basically, we have a tank. It's got a conical bottom on it. And we have some inexpensive, they're $70 to $80 something, 1 horsepower submersible pumps hanging in the tank. We have a little L here, and I got it pointed down with a pipe extension, and then on the bottom I have a piece of black iron pipe as a weight, and so that blows down here and disperses this. And I've got 3 of these in the tank, and while that's not ideal, it provides pretty good agitation, and it's relatively inexpensive. And already with 3 3 power cords and 6 strings holding up the pumps, it's getting pretty crowded in there. So that keeps it fairly well agitated. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay. Inside the mine when you were going to extract material. I'll be building I'll be trying this sluice I've got at the moment, and it'll work okay, I think. But I'm thinking probably something like 6-inch wide VDR mat or something like that might be the best in the long run. We shall see. I got plenty of ore to run over it, so we'll be able to keep trying some stuff on a regular basis and dial it in. Okay, Jorge. Now, what we're doing right now in terms of the mine, we had an existing decline. Here's the side of the hill. Here's the decline. And this is about 55 degrees. So I just started here, and I'm cutting a steeper angle. This is about 65 degrees. So as I cut down, I'm taking the floor underneath this. This is a vertical vein. So if you take a look at it from this angle, if here's the walls, the vein itself is about 14 to 18 inches wide in something that's about 3 feet wide, or about 1/3 of the material is what you would consider the ore vein. So as I keep slicing this off, I have to build access down here, a way to hoist it out, etc. And that's what I call my ladder track, which is basically 2 pieces of round tubing with rungs on it. And my original plan was doing it in 10-foot sections and this and that and the other, because it's a nice round number. And quite frankly, hanging in the middle of a shaft, nice round numbers don't seem to be terribly important. And so, since the pipe comes in 20-foot lengths, I can cut that into either 4 or 8-foot lengths and make it come out even by using 4-foot sections. As you're digging, you can hang them as you go, and to take 2 of the shorter sections and replace with a single longer section, which is a little more efficient in some ways, is 8 feet is just about where you can reach. You have to have a little something to stand on, but not too much. And, pin it in place. We'll see, but we may just go with the just 4-foot sections and just keep it going down. The width of the incline shaft is a little less than 3 feet rock. And so it's going to be fairly easy to put in the bracing and this and that. But I mean, it's comfortable enough to work in, but not wide at all. And as we take this down, this is going to get much bigger now. And that not only means that these walls will have less support, but now where before anything that fell off here could only come this far down, now it can come that far down. And likewise here. So we're going to start hanging chain link fencing to the walls to keep any little bit wider, Kodak, to keep any loose rocks from free falling. No, it's not a 2-compartment thing, but the ladder is designed so that your trolley, so to speak, your carriage rides on it, and that at the lower decline, it's a 2-compartment decline. But this one, nah, it has no real width. But that means we move a lot less waste too. When we start coming down here, we're going to really quickly, I'm going to start putting in stoles and decking. And I used to call it lagging. Could I use a bobcat to dig the tunnel for my mine? Possibly, but when you're using an engine underground, diesels are theoretically okay, but you have to have good ventilation. That's correct, Rock. So since we have these flat platforms we're basically making, I can stand here and be out of the immediate impact area of the thing, but it's not 100% safe there. I may be able to fabric cobble something. I have something in my mind that might work if the cable were to break or something, where it would engage the rungs on the ladder, the springs, instead of like dogs on a regular skip, it would have a hook that would just, springs would engage it and it would hook the rungs on the ladder. And that would, good point. My head is black and white. Yeah, pretty much, Shaggy. That's what I'm doing too. The old ladder and rails is like 2x4s, rough cut 2x4s. And I'm having to cut them out of the way as I go down because they get in my way. Do you know the old car lift safety ratchet worked? I know how the cams engage a, what do you call it? The rails on a hoist or an elevator. And I presume it's something like that. That gets, again, as in everything else, a lot more complicated. Yeah, the dogs. Exactly. I say the negative to having dogs in this situation, but everyone can see. We have, here's the side rail of the ladder. And then you have the cross rungs. And I have a source of scrap 3/4 by 1.5 inch rectangular tubing that I can use free to cut the rungs out. And then you have these rollers where basically they're tires from Harbor Freight, where you've taken the tire off the rim and the rim has got this recess in it. Here's your wheel like this, and it has a tire. Well, if you remove the tire, then you got a wheel that'll grab the pipe there. However, every so often, roughly every 5 feet, or in this case, now I'm going to be 4 feet, put an extra rung here, and then you have your cross tie here and screw it in. Because this is riding on the top, it doesn't matter if this touches. If you had safety dogs like on the back side of this, then you'd have to have standoffs to allow it to ride underneath. That's why I was thinking if I had, here's my carriage here with the buckets like this. If I have a pivoting attachment here with a hook on it and springs, if you lost that right there, then this would swing down and hook over those rungs. And that would give you an attachment. Also, as you're lowering it, when you put it in position, you could maybe push against that or just take the weight, because it's empty, as that slacks off, it would naturally hook, and then you'd leave it hooked and hanging like that. Um, yep, that's right, David. And say everything gets more complicated. Right now, it's it's going 10 feet, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, gold miner, but how many of those can you string together efficiently? um, I mean, can you put 100 feet of them together and make it work smoothly? Mine does. That's all I'm saying. Plus, my head frame attaches also. So all in all, it's a whole system designed to be extended kind of to infinity. And theoretically, let's say you should have a secondary thing also. When Eva hoists it up, we should have. I mean, we go with just a rope, where she snaps a hook, like a carabiner, onto one of the axles. Again, so that if the winch breaks or anything, right now, I mean, the winch is. Do you remember what the capacity of that winch was, the little one?
No, I don't.
I think it was like 2,000 pounds or something. It's fairly light, but it's only hoisting 200. so it got a huge safety factor in terms of its capacity. But it would be good once it's hoisted up where she could hook something to it so it can't, fall no matter what. And exactly. But say right now I have a 5 foot, a 3 foot, and a 2 foot. Actually, I don't even think I put the 2 foot in place yet. 5 foot and a 3 foot section here, and then there's a big gap at the bottom where 2 feet would work, but which I've currently just been pulling myself up because it was simpler. And so I need to pull these out and put in the 10 footer where I can keep going down. But again, I think in the future it'll all be 4 footers. That would be a nice thing. The other possibility would be all 5 footers with a 2.5 or a 2 or a 3. Because 5, that would go evenly into 10. That wouldn't be too bad either if you never doubled up. If you always only went 5 feet and then just put in another cross tie and add it on. And so that you basically only had 5 foot sections, a 2 foot section. Well, actually, you can have like 2 foot sections, because by the time you get that extra foot on there where you can hang a 5, you can just take the 2 twos out. But yeah, and I want to make up a jig because the distance between the rails, the way I'm hanging it together is at the end, you have round pipes, and you just take the next size down and cut off a chunk and then pin it together like that. And that gives you a very strong joint that's mechanically quite simple. So, I say, I'm thinking 2 4s and the rest 5 footers. That should work just fine. And have a jig so that when you're building it, come on, you can have your 2 pieces like this, cut to the right length. And then you have 2 jigs, which are just inserts. Actually, don't you need that? Well, to do a piece of flat or whatever at both ends. And that will give you perfect spacing each time. Always be very, very consistent, very easy. And you can either measure the double diagonals to get it square, or you could actually, put some steel there to make it go square. But I found double diagonals are pretty easy to do. And, you can measure it within a 1/16 of an inch without a problem. And then once you get it the right spot, just tack it and lay in your cross pieces on top. If you take your rectangular tubing like this, and as it's heading this way, just cut this at about a 45-degree angle. You can then just lay it on top of there. You can kind of take a grinder to this if you want, kind of grind that out. It only takes a couple seconds. Then you just lay it right in there, tack that in place, and boom, you're done. And the most difficult part of the whole operation is drilling the holes perfectly parallel, keeping them lined up, etc. So, centering them in the tubing, that sort of thing. That has proven to be the most difficult part of the operation. I am sure somebody makes a tool for that. And probably Lauren's got one. Just a guess. But they say that's the sort of thing that would be good to do during the winter time when you can't get out anyhow. Just make up more of that stuff. And that would work pretty well. But this trip, I've got a hard spot to whack with the Sierra Blaster. I've got the rail to replace. And then I got to start the ground support plan where we're constantly laying in these decks so that there's no free fall. Because if you got your back of the current decline like this, you don't want a rock to just be able to free fall and land on your head. Pretty quick, that's going to be a long distance. And that could be extremely undesirable, would be my thought. So there will, of course, be videos. And I now have a GoPro, so the plan is to set up the GoPro, tie a safety cord on it, and have it running when we set off the Sierra Blaster and get a good view of it. It's going to be sitting, 6 or 8 feet from the blast. So that's going to get interesting. We'll see how it all works out. But let's say, now that someone has generously donated a GoPro to me several months ago, actually last year, I have the proper tool for that job. Between the GoPro and the case and the fact that the Sierra Blaster typically doesn't throw stuff, it should be pretty safe. Now, Chris sent me a report today that was very, very interesting. For those of you who've been following things in detail, which is like everybody who's here today, by the way, Jorge, did that tell you what the plan is effectively? We're just going to be slicing bottom and going down a foot at a time on a horizontal slice and hoisting stuff out, throwing the wall rock away and hauling back the ore. But anyhow, we ran into a situation where it appeared likely that the gold in the ion exchange resin that had been absorbed out of the Eco Gold X solution. Oh, there was a thing, I hadn't seen this. Man, it was stuck. Less joints is nice. Most okay. What schedule of pipe is that? Not sure, Chris, but basically about 1/8 inch wall. Plenty for what we're doing. V-block and drill guide will work perfectly and set up in place. Possibly. We'll see how well that works. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Chris. We'll see how well that works. Yes, they would be parallel with the rungs. Hey, Tricky. And the reason they have to be parallel with rungs so the wheels can roll over top of them without hitting them.
Tricky, hug and kiss the babies.
What diameter pipe? It's 1 3/4, 2-inch, somewhere around there. I think it's like, it's not pipe, it's tubing, but right around, let's say 1 3/4, 2-inch. The reason that is because there's another size that with that size wall will slide right in, not real tight, but tightly enough that it's not really rattly. I'd have to check that, but I built all the parts last winter, and it's got roughly 1/8 inch wall. So I think it's 11 gauge wall is technically what it is, I believe. But anyhow, by having that gauge wall and that size pipe, then the next size down, like if it's 1 3/4, the 1.5 inch slides right in, or if it's 2 inches, then the 1 7/8, yeah, whatever. It's like 1 7/8 just slides right in, whatever. So there's two different sizes in the 2-inch range, 1 3/4, 2-inch range, that will fit relatively well. Not too much rattle, not real tight. Gives you a little bit of slop. But anyhow, yeah, so that's basically it. And of course, I'll have videos on that. But by doing that, no, Lars, no, not going to do it.
Not going to do what?
Although it wouldn't surprise me if you might be able to get away with it, especially since, as I say, each section will have cross ties that are wedged into the ribs to hold it and keep it stable. There's another possibility later. It may turn out that we need to mine this area here. Okay? There is no reason to believe that the vein that I'm leaving right there isn't good. So once we do this, we may in fact change to more vertical and take another slice. I really don't know. I think it gets a lot better down here, judging from the existing workings and the channel testing that we've done so far. So I'm worried more about going down as quickly as possible. Calculate weight for distance traveled. Weight of what, David? The cable itself is basically insignificant at these short distances. It's a small cable because, again, you're only pulling like 2,000 pound rated. You're pulling 200. The problem with JB Weld stuff is you can't take it apart when you want to move it to another mine. That's a possibility, Chris, although how we'd mine it would be difficult. With these stoles and lagging, you could always theoretically throw a ladder like that to get up on top. But right now, at this stage of the game, before we start messing with that back, I'd like to have a lot more experience and some better tooling and ground control stuff. Ladder, worker, and buckets loaded. Okay. Every time you put another section of ladder in, it's going to have a cross tie here that it's screwed to. It's firmly attached. So every 5 feet, there's another anchor point. So each anchor point is going to be holding if it was all by itself, $300 to $500 maximum. By tying them all together, of course, they're all supporting each other. So we should have a pretty darn good safety factor there. Whoa, Tricky, sweet. Little one?
Mm-hmm.
Tricky was using a gold testing kit on that yellow stuff on the lid.
Yeah.
And he had to get up to the 22 karat and platinum acids before anything would attack it.
Woohoo!
You know?
Go, Tricky! That means extra kisses for the babies.
Jorge, that may be in this area here or in this area here we might, but in this wedge that we're currently planned on taking, the determination of what's ore and waste is pretty much going to be by eye. The vein rock, let's see. This is some of the high iron rock. And this is some of the high iron quartz.
Oh, this is funny.
And both of these types of vein rock are quite different from the wall rock and very easy to determine by sight. You know, when I'm taking the demolition hammer and tearing it out, you can really see the color changes.
Oh, this is funny.
You know? The problem with that, gold miner, is, first of all, now you're probably going to be creating what they call a significant disturbance, which is what we don't want to do because we're working under the casual use guidelines at the moment. In terms of efficiency, we don't even know what the bottom is yet. Okay. There is an obvious point to be made for the 40-foot elevation. Lower declines here, further into the thing, and at 40 foot from that, there's a drift that connects the two, and that would be about the right elevation to be at the access road. So that would make a lot of sense at the 40-foot elevation. But that would require permitting, which we currently do not have, and which is running way behind. That would take us like 2 years.
I have something in the news that's funny.
Okay, just a minute. So anyhow, Jorge, we are going to be running a detector, and if we were to, for example, see anything in this area right here where it's really good, we might in fact chase it back in here and keep the ladder track running at the same angle. And we'll just have to see. Yeah, you're right, David. It's reality. It gets complicated, damn it. You guys have no idea. Not so far, but you always have to be prepared. It wouldn't be mine inspectors. It would be the Bureau of Land Management. Approximately 50 feet, Jeff. Not exceptional. However, there is no indication of mineralized vein on the outside or the inside between those 2 points. It looks like they had that same idea and decided that it wasn't worth digging through all that unmineralized ground. Right now, we're very happy not to talk to anybody. You have one hole they can look at and another that they never see. That'd be nice, but I say you can't really do that reliably. Although if you had, say, a really high grade vein someplace you didn't want anyone to know about, then it would not be unusual or unprecedented to have the official mine, Yar, and where we get the good stuff, Thar. It has happened in the past.
The Dutch farmers are getting inventive.
Yeah, Slick. The problem is that estimated $12 trillion worth of gold in it is from aerial survey, not from drilling and sampling. Gold miner, that would depend on the particular regulator. I know the Forest Service regulators in Arizona, if you dig a 2-foot hole, 2 feet deep, that's considered a significant disturbance. You know, it's, yeah. And that's, I say, it's the whole situation is very problematic right now. So it's best not to invite any issues if you can avoid it. Let's see. Now, to get back to this report that Chris sent, it was about the ability of some gold compounds to vaporize. Now, the boiling point of gold is, I don't know, 2,000, well over 2,000 degrees. Okay. And even at 2,000 degrees, you just barely melted the gold. And anyhow, ooh, that's an interesting concept, John. Haven't got to that point yet. But anyhow, it's been well known that gold chloride, for example, can vaporize well below smelting temperatures. And don't know, gold miner, not looking to inform them any more than we have to, you know. And so prefer just to stay in the casual use and not have to do that. Anyhow, to get to the thing that Chris sent, say it's been well known that gold chloride vaporizes. Let's see, it has a peak at 250 degrees, and then over 600 degrees centigrade, it really starts taking off again too. Now that's been well known, but what people don't necessarily realize is how much gold can volatilize depending upon other factors. And this is why I say we were looking, when we were drying our resin, it seemed like as long as we dried it at room temperature, there was not a problem. But as soon as we even went to 145 degrees Fahrenheit, there were not just significant, but substantial losses of gold. Now, Chris sent a report from the U.S. Geological Survey, I think it was, or it might have been Bureau of Mines, where they set up a particular test apparatus to test exactly this question. And they found that gold, was it in a gold chloride system? Yeah, they used gold chloride. And when they added other stuff at 200 degrees with just gold chloride and silica, they lost 3% of the gold. They threw some pyrite in there, and all of a sudden they lost 92% of the gold vaporized at 200 degrees centigrade, which is what, about 300 Fahrenheit, little one?
392 plus or minus 5.
392. It's called 400 Fahrenheit. Okay. So it ain't even glowing yet, and almost all the gold's gone at 250 degrees. 99% of the gold went bye-bye. If you had ferrous sulfide, the corresponding numbers were 62 and 93%. Pyrrhotite, which is iron sulfide mineral, 66 and 80%. Iron chloride, hydrous, 86 and 98%. Ferric chloride anhydrous, 78 and 94%. And they hypothesized from their research that the gold chloride will combine with iron and form a compound that is highly volatile. And this can cause real serious losses.
Now, you see, I would be doing a lab report on this, but I don't have a lab coat.
Yeah. Now, do you want me to tell what your tests were tricky? That's confidential. I'm not sure what's in there, Tricky. It's a good question. And as Chris says, it just shows there's something that will do it, which means there may be other things that'll do it and maybe even better. So the concept that the gold may actually vaporize at only moderate temperatures is a demonstrated fact under certain conditions. Metallic gold, no, but various gold compounds, yes. Now, what Tricky did was he took some of the resin, a small quantity, and put it in a lye solution, sodium hydroxide. I'm not sure exactly what percent you said, Tricky. And then he just simmered it for like 6 hours. I presume.
Kodak, I can talk about that.
Yeah. But anyhow, he simmered it for like 6 hours, and the lid on his pot that he was doing it, his cup actually, was yellow. And according to what he just said, he had to go to the 22 karat gold or platinum group acids in his test kit before he found anything that would 50% sodium hydroxide, or is that 50% saturated sodium? I mean, 50% water, 50% sodium hydroxide, I think is well past saturation. Is that what you're saying, Tricky? For every, gram of water, how many grams of sodium hydroxide did you use?
Lars wants to know about Aqua Regia in this.
I do not know yet, Lars. We're still researching it. However, Aqua Regia forms gold chloride. Okay? The gold is lixivated in the chloride complex. And as such, 50% saturated. Okay, so you had a saturated solution of sodium hydroxide and diluted it 1-to-1 with water, put it around his resin, and simmered it for like 6 hours. And it appears highly plausible that the gold actually was released from the resin, volatilized, and condensed on the lid of the container. Okay? And
I'm holding, Kodak. I got diamond hands, dude.
yeah. So anyhow, this brought up a thought, and my thought was this. You could take a piece of pipe, put a bell reducer on each end. Oh, very poor. Put air in here. Have a tube coming out here. And then you go, I'll do a flask. What the heck? That is pretty much a heck of a flask. And like a filter flask here with a cork in here. Then take this and do it to another one. Then you have a solution in here. Now, a gold refiner I talked to said that sodium hydroxide will take a gold chloride vapor and turn it into an insoluble gold hydroxide. And Tricky says it's definitely plated. So anyhow,
Now it's getting it off.
so you have a couple of traps like this where it's bubbling through sodium hydroxide. Then if you put your resin beads in here and heated it, like, say putting it over the burner of a barbecue grill and pushed air in here, as these break down, then any volatile gold will be captured here. And what you're left with here is your ash beads, and your losses are captured, so you have very little losses. Currently, when we ash our resin, we seem to come out sodium sulfite. Yeah, that might be a good idea. And anyhow, these beads here now should be easily fluxible. You should be able to mix those with a flux and just melt them into gold. By using various fluxes and temperature profiles and stuff, we've been getting, it's hard to tell precisely, but if you ash the beads beforehand, you get like 25% than if you flux it and do it that way, right? 25% less by ashing
Yes.
it first. Okay.
I can go over that if you want.
Thank you, Jorge. Currently, I don't have any slots available, and it's not my project, so I would not have the only say on such things. But I appreciate it, and I think it's a cool idea in general. But right now, there's no openings. But anyhow, so by ashing the resin beads in this manner, we may be able to get a very high efficiency. On the other hand, the other method we're looking at is to take the resin beads and find some sort of a solution, possibly including heat or electricity, and get the gold to come back out of the beads, leaving the resin still functional. Okay? If we can do that, then we don't have to destroy the resin. It's less of a cost issue because, we got 100 times the gold in the resin than the resin itself. And you distracted me, John. In the future, it may be tough to get the resin. If we can reuse it, that's fine. If we can do this efficiently, then we can get it in that solution and then take this over to an electroplating cell and plate it out on the cathode and then smelt it down. So that's, the two kind of methods we're looking at right now. This is called elution, and the benefit of elution is you have the potential for being able to reuse the resin. With smelting, our big issue is throughput and losses, because the way we found that we can recover the gold with very little losses apparently is by using essentially a fire assay method. H2SO beer. Nice, Lars. It won't get hot enough if you don't burn the resin. Well, it depends. Again, if you're trying to ash the resin and then smelt it down, then you need to burn it. If you're using a chemical elution, then theoretically, in order to do that, it would not be hot enough to destroy the resin. And so these are the things we're working on right now. But one of our major complicating factors is something called winter is coming. Very popular phrase a couple of years ago, but it is true. Winter is coming. When it does, we're not going to be able to get any ore. We're not going to be able to do any leaching. So we really need to focus on mining and leaching first right now. And then in our spare time now Eva's very invaluable in this, in terms of she can run the tests in the lab and stuff while I'm outside crushing ore and things like that. Seems to work pretty well. If my body holds up, and we won't find out until I get out there and really start pushing it, then we can theoretically run, a couple of tons a week through the process, while Eva still has plenty of time to do research on both elution and the smelting and such. Okay, Rock. So anyhow, these are lower priority, but nevertheless important. What they are is they're not as urgent as mining and leaching right now. Okay, so we have to focus on that. The resin, once we load it, tricky, that's a possibility. You might even have something that will precipitate it pretty well. I'd be very concerned about using aluminum when you've got sodium hydroxide, because between the two you get hydrogen gas. But if the sealing material was like a zinc, I don't know what zinc and sodium hydroxide do, but I imagine it's the same thing as aluminum or something similar. But if you had like zinc or something, if you could have a foil and use it as your lid, then when you were done, you could just drop it into an acid that would dissolve the foil and leave the gold behind, like say nitric. A lot of acids will do that. Iron is actually a higher temperature than most of the other stuff you would use. Plus, chemically, Shaggy, iron tends not to precipitate things, whereas certain other things like aluminum and zinc, or even copper in some cases, can be used to precipitate stuff. And I believe that's hydrogen sulfide, Lars, which is, by the way, as toxic as hydrogen cyanide, just easier to detect. But so there's lots of issues here where you could run it through something. Do you think iron would precipitate gold out of Eco Goldex solution? Because I've got iron fittings. I've got a brass fitting on a hose that's looking really, really yellow on one of my solution hoses. I had to take it apart the other day. I'm like, wow, that's awfully yellow for brass and shiny. But that's another possibility. If we could get an effective elution here, get the gold back into solution somehow, then we might be able to cement it out of that solution too. That's also another methodology. But first, we got to get it in solution. the only things we found so far that seem to really get substantial quantities of gold out of the resin was dilute, and by dilute, like 3-to-1, aqua regia, something called chloronitric acid. But it still only got like a quarter. The sodium hydroxide / Eco Goldex recommended by the manufacturer with their resin, with our resin, so I haven't tried it with their resin, but with our resin, it got very, very little out of solution. We were looking at 35 parts per million in solution, so that was crap at room temperature. Then we tried simmering it, and the sample is sitting in our truck waiting to go to a lab that's closed for the 3-day weekend, blah, blah, blah. And.
And we also tried salt.
Sodium chloride got about the same amount out as did the sodium hydroxide and Eco Goldex. Salt, of course, is a lot cheaper and less hazardous. But yeah, and so my thought is that Eva can focus on these types of experiments during the mining and milling season, and hopefully by fall we'll have a system figured out that works efficiently, so come wintertime we can start just stripping the resin. Oh, that's entirely possible, John. I think, I said, they're clearly not highly knowledgeable chemists of their own product. But that's not unusual for salespeople. Quite often, salespeople don't know much about the product itself. They know what they've been told about the product. And yeah, I say these are the sort of things I'm thinking about. We got the chlorine and stuff like that, Chris. I agree. So there's lots of options here, but I can't afford to spend more time on research. I gotta move some rock.
I can.
So that's what Eva's going to be doing on this, while maintaining all her process control testing, which is working very well in my opinion. We're able to monitor the Eco Goldex in solution. Oh, here's another question for you, Chris and Rock. The Eco Goldex consumption on the current tank we're working on suddenly dropped dramatically. Eva was adding how many pounds a day?
Day 1, I put in a total of 6 cups. Day
3
2,
pounds.
I put in 2.5 cups. Day 3, I put
5
in
pounds.
2.5 cups.
5 pounds.
Day 4, I put in a half
No,
cup.
the other way around. 2.5 would be 1.25 pounds. Sorry, it's half pound per cup.
Day 4, I only had to put in a half a cup.
Yeah, day
And
4.
day 3 and day 4, the amount in the tank stayed the same.
Yeah.
Basically.
So basically, the Eco Goldex consumption dropped dramatically between day 3 and day 4. Now, I'm not sure how many other side reactions are going on there, but that may also be an indication of where the gold stops dissolving.
And the pH also stayed stabilized.
And it stabilized
Day 3
there
and
too,
4,
between day 3 and 4.
It had not done.
Is the resin hard to get? No, Jeff. It's fairly easy. It's a water treatment resin. Max Water 104133 is the exact resin we're using. White iron out of chlorite. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Ricky. What is the test for using more or less Eco Goldex? Agitation was the same all days, Chris. Not sure, David.
What?
Are we proving it for them? I don't know what's going on with their knowledge base, so to speak. We may be ahead of where they're at. But we do have 4 people on 4 different continents working on the problem right now. Um, what does it tell for using more or less Eco Goldex? I've got a video, was it last year, I guess, on the titration? It's called a titration test. It's where you put an indicator solution into your sample and then you add a neutralizing agent. And when you finally neutralize all the Eco Goldex, then the solution changes color. And because you have a known amount of stuff in your neutralizing solution, that tells you how much Eco Goldex was available to be neutralized.
Oh, we will have tons of loaded resin by the time winter comes.
Well, it won't be tons, but hopefully it'll be in the neighborhood of 100 pounds or more. I say currently.
Yeah, Chris, the oxygenation thing is something that I was considering. I'm the one that manages the tank these days. Okay.
That would require some kind of an air pump. The agitation pumps are not doing anything that would give it oxygenation. We could, let's see, we could put a T on one of them and run it up to a sprayer and get oxygenation that way.
Kodak has a question for you.
Mention different amounts to the tank. Yes.
Yeah.
And I say that's it. We're using a titration once a day.
Move it. I'll do this.
Okay.
I'm the one that does tank tests, people. I have paperwork and I do the tank tests. Okay. So every day when we arrive there, I do my tank test. The first thing I do is I take a sample of the solution as it is in the tank and I take the temperature. Then I come inside and I take my titration test. Now, let's say the titration test kicks out the number 2 milliliters. Because you divide it in half, that means you have a factor for the Eco Goldex of 1. The Eco Goldex we try to keep at 1.5. So if I get a number that says it's 0.5, I add enough to bring it back up to 1.5. I also test my pH at that point because we've discovered that it works best between about 10 and 11. So I try to keep it as close to 10 and a half as I can.
10 to 10.5.
10 to 10.5.
10.5.
Yeah. Hi, Tricky. Tricky, I don't know if you sent that to him. I can let him know.
Send what?
Tricky asked if he sent you a report from an African mine where they tested JC against CN. They said after 400 parts per million JC, the leaching effect dropped dramatically, down to 800 parts per million, then it didn't work much. Yeah, Kodak, I test the tank for temperature twice a day, once when we start, once when we end, and I test for pH and the Eco Goldex concentration in the morning and add fresh chemicals then as needed. So that's what I've been doing with my time. I test the tank. We also test the pregnant solution when it's running through the resin cartridges. We test the heads as it's going in, and then we test after each cartridge, and we test the tails. And by doing the spot tests on that, we can get a good idea of how much of the gold is actually being absorbed. And a whole lot of it are. Kodak, I personally decided, strictly based on intuition, because I am an intuitive scientist, you know, I decided strictly based on intuition that this stuff is happiest in lukewarmish to bath water. So currently our tank has been running yesterday when we started the day, we were at 25 Celsius. We ended the day at 30 Celsius. And the highest we have ever been was 34, which is right around body temperature somewhere.
I don't recall seeing that report, Tricky. But when you say up to 400 parts per million, are you talking 400 parts per million Eco Goldex or 400 parts per million gold? That's right, man. John, there's two kinds of countries in the world: those who use the metric system and those that have put a man on the moon.
I speak metric in the lab. Excuse me. I'm multi-mathical here.
400 parts per million. Let's see, where are we at? I know that the pH I tested. Let's see. 400 parts per million Eco Goldex. Okay, so we're looking at 0.5. Okay, so we're currently running 0.15%, which is what, 1,500 parts per million? Let's see.
Somewhere around there, but our spot tests were showing we weren't picking up crap when the Eco Goldex.
I think that's
was below.
1,500 parts per million.
Well, our spot test showed we weren't picking up crap when the Eco Goldex goes below 0.5.
Yeah, it in our case, it seems to be below about 500 parts per million. We don't get good recovery, but then we're running a lower pH too. On my very first initial bottle rolls, because I don't trust anybody. Yeah, that's right, Rock. That's exactly what I said. That's the target high is 1.5 kilograms per metric ton. So, but when I did the initial bottle rolls, I also did them at different pHs, and I definitely saw an improvement as I went down to about 10. That's why, while the manufacturer says 11 to 11.5, I say for our ore 10 to 10.5. Oh yes, metric needs decimal points. If you don't put them in the right place, things get ugly. I don't know, Lars. Let's wait on that. I was thinking, instead of a mad scientist, he's more of an annoyed lab tech. I'm not sure. But annoyed with me usually, and usually for good reason. But anyhow,
Well, I have been asking for
So-
a recover for months.
it's entirely possible that the Eco Goldex at a different pH would work in a different manner. I say, but that's what I was using. I was using their recommended amount of Eco Goldex, but changing the pH, and I got better recoveries at the lower pHs, which is good. It's less neutralizing material. But yeah, I don't trust anybody, especially a salesman that seems to be unable to answer off the top of his head technical questions about his product. Huh, interesting, Ricky. Metabisulfite. I say there's so many different ways to do these things. The chemistry gets extraordinarily potentially complex. There's so many different chemical systems going on that will theoretically work. And that's why it's so ore dependent too. You can have one ore that works just fine and other ores that crap. That was one of the things in that report that Chris sent me. They said that it was so irregular that they actually created their own artificial gold ore with silica and precipitated gold so that they could have something consistent that they could test. Well, you're right. Figures do not lie. Liars can figure, and clumsy people can just screw things up. And impatient people can get impatient. Yeah, reality is more complicated than we like it at many times. So, say that's what we're working on in terms of getting the gold out of the resin. Right now, we seem to have a fire assay technique that allows Eva to apparently, relatively accurately, it's at least consistent, get a value of the gold entrained in the resin. Now, Rock is going to be doing some tests with a X-ray fluorescence spectrophotometer directly on some resins I sent him. And so he can try and get some kind of verification of our numbers. Assuming that his numbers match Eva's numbers, then we can have a high degree of confidence that her test is actually getting most of the gold. On the other hand, if he comes up with a substantially higher number, then we'll be in that zone of confusion again. If he comes up with a lower number, then we'll be pretty confident that the XRF is missing stuff. Because when you got a bead in your hand and you put it on the scale, well, it's really hard to mess that one up, you know. How far can you go vertical before you have to make side tunnels? You don't have to make side tunnels at all, but the question becomes ground control. When do you need to leave pillars? Because it's very near surface and because it's vertical, a vertical vein, so you're taking a slice out of the mountain this way, just simple wooden stoles, basically timbers jammed between the sidewalls, will provide a lot of ground support and keep the void you're working in open. If you run an area where the vein pinches off and you mine around that and it's pinched off everywhere in there, you just leave that as a pillar unless it's in the way of your access. Okay. No, it gets a little hot after a while, Daubinks. Yeah, I think the deepest mines are in the 18,000 foot range now. Close to 4 miles deep. The problem is at those depths, the rock temperature is 140 plus degrees, 160 degrees. So you wind up with a real issue of habitability, and they have to go to special techniques just to keep it cool enough for people to work in. But yeah, you can go down that. When you get really deep, you also run into a phenomenon called rock burst, where at times the pressure on the rock can exceed the compressive strength of the rock, and it can literally explode. And that is a very catastrophic event to be close to.
They're very happy dudes until you disturb them.
Yeah, especially if you're anywhere near one, Rock. Yeah, I've heard situations where the tunnel disappears in a fraction of a second. It's just gone. Smack.
Well, of course.
But
they were very happy dudes until you disturb them.
That happens at great depths. At the depths we're working at, we don't have to worry about rock burst, but the rock itself has limited structural strength in some ways. The way the vein was emplaced was the rock was broken there first, and then the solutions were injected into that crack. So the rock immediately adjacent to the crack is fractured to some extent. And so that's the issue, is making sure that the imperfect rocks, the ones with flaws in them, don't come loose and land on your head. Should be relatively straightforward in this instance. The main rock in this area is pretty solid. We got quartzite sandstone and dolomite limestone, both of which are structurally quite good, except where they've been damaged. So ground control should be pretty easy on this one. I say, when I'm saying we're not at very great depth, the bottom of the middle decline is probably no more than 250 feet below the peak of the ridge above it. Yeah, you're right, Kodak. I say faults are generally where the gold goes, because that's where the solutions can follow a crack in the rock, and then the solutions are what's carrying the gold, so it deposits on the side of the crack. If it's a nice clean crack, which these appear to be, and I'm not the geological specialist to be able to tell you what kind of crack that is. Is it a tension crack where the rock is being pulled apart and just broke, or a thrust crack? One of these, actually the perpendicular vein at the 40-foot level, there's a structure we call the pack rat structure, and where the 40-foot level is running through the perpendicular vein, the pack rat structure is offset by about 5 feet. So the south side of the mountain moved about 5 feet compared to the north side of the mountain. Of course, it could have been the north side that moved, but I mean, just relatively, there was about a 5-foot shift between the two along that vein. Okay. Yeah. And so anyhow, we can tell there has been some horizontal displacement. That is not necessarily what causes the original crack. You can have a crack that occurs due to one set of stresses, and then displacement that occurs later according to some other stresses. It's also possible, if the vein was like this and one side moved up, it looks like a horizontal displacement, because horizontally there's a gap, but it didn't actually move this way, it moved that way. So it's hard to tell. Say, yeah, that sounds cool, Dub Inks. I don't think Southern California is exactly the place, but I mean, you need fractured rock, magma, could be intrusives or volcanoes or whatever, and the proper precursor atoms in the country rock to be concentrated. But yeah, I can get this area up here has had a lot of metallurgical injection in the past here. This is a really target-rich environment. So there's a lot of stuff around here. And that's basically the plan. And again, I got a Sierra Blaster video to make, a replacing the ladder track video to make, a ground support video to make, and maybe a mining video to make too. That'd be kind of neat. We could set that what do you call it? GoPro to time lapse.
Yeah.
While I worked out there.
That would be pretty darn cool.
Yeah, South Africa's got some deep mines. Yeah, way deeper than a single cable can reach. Well, plans tomorrow, David. we got our thing tonight. We have something else we have to do at noon tomorrow. Then we'll be heading out. I'll be getting up early, going out to the ranch, picking up all the stuff on the trailer, bringing it here, doing a little thing. Oh, another thing we're gonna try, that vibrating feeder assembly I put on the Stutenroth mill. I drilled a hole and I'm gonna weld a little nipple onto it so that as the crushed rock comes down the chute going into the bucket, a little bit of it will run down into a tube and into a catch bucket so that we can get a nice continuous sample. That's the evil plan. By the way, the wear on the Stutenroth after, what is it, probably about a total of 3 tons?
Yeah.
3 to 4 tons of rock is very modest. The tips of the rotor impactors is just about worn to the point where the top of the rotor at the back edge is just about to become worn down below the original level. But yeah, that guy's pretty good, Daubinks. The wear bars in the housing have so little wear on them that it's really tough to see. You have to kind of look down the edge and see where an edge has been displaced, like, a 64th of an inch or something. So wear's looking good, although I would like to take those rotor impactors out here fairly shortly and hard face the tips. Yeah, Lars. Lars said, vibrating feeder with a nipple? Sounds kinky. Oh, dirty minds think alike. But anyhow, so wear rates are looking good. Knowing what I know about how hard facing improves the wear rates, as I say, we have no idea how deep it goes, Ricky. We know that we're in good ore, less than 5 feet from surface, less than 10 feet, between 5 and 10 feet from surface, we're in decent ore. Yeah, I know, Lars, it's so much easier to lay down in the gutter and not climb out. So much effort to climb out. But a little bit of both, Tricky. Nice one, Shaggy. But anyhow, so that's a good thing. So Stutenroth's doing good. The Stutenroth and the RC46 are run by gas engines, and we're looking at putting remote air intakes for the air filter boxes so that we can get nice clean air to them, because those engines, you don't want to be replacing them on a regular basis just because of wear due to dirty air. So we want to put the air intake where it's a nice clean air, which is pretty easy. No matter which way the wind's blowing, if it's directly above the engine, the wind's blowing the dust the other way. All you gotta do is get it high enough to get out of the imminent dust cloud, so to speak, the stuff that's just kind of swirling around the machine. So we can get the air intake up about 8 feet. We should be in pretty good shape. And yes, I'm wearing my dust mask on the Stutenroth. The RC46, I'm more worried about glasses, and they tend to fog up with the dust mask. So I'm using wind and stuff to stay out of the dust. Fairly easy to do on the RC46, especially as I can turn it. It's on an axle, so I can literally just spin it so that it's into the wind, and it's short enough that I can get over it so the dust is all below my shoulders. Be better to wear a dust mask, but with the RC46 you need eye protection, and if I can't see, I can't work. So, you know, I need to try one of those things like Jeff Williams has. I think the way that works is it sucks the air in around your eyes and then goes to your mouth so you don't get that. Trying to find those oil filters. There's none available in the United States. I can either order it from Alibaba or for England at the present time. I like the idea, and that would be cool. And yeah, the seals on those boxes, I don't think they're designed to be airtight because the idea is that's before the air filter. So that was my thought too, was that those seals are probably inadequate. I was thinking maybe just a little grease, just put a little grease around the seal. That way, when you put it on, it'll seal anything, but it's easy to pull apart again. Oh, Lars. I don't think the one Jeff Williams has a positive pressure. I think my old boss in Tucson had one of those too. And let's say we're working on a gazillion things, and the one big one that's frustrating is that getting the gold out of the resin. But there's a lot of other little stuff. That works good on scuba, but I don't know if it works where the glasses and stuff dry. Yeah, Rock. When I'm using the Hilti, I have a pair of glasses ready, but in most cases, I'm not using them because the Hilti bit is actually below the surface. And so there will be debris or this or that. So when it's hitting the rock, nothing's really flying at all, You said 3 different time of solution collation periods is a sign of replacement. I'm not sure what you're saying, Ricky. I am thinking what you're talking about is where we have the cartridges. Where we have our resin cartridges like this. And it goes from one to the other, and out. By taking samples here, 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 and here, using our spot test technique, we can see where the gold concentration drops dramatically. As long as it's low coming out of here, we're doing okay. Usually, this sample here to this sample here is where we see a big drop. This one here, if it's a small drop, that indicates it's getting loaded. If it's a no visible drop at all, then we may leave it in one more time just to make sure it's fully loaded before taking it out and moving everything up. What?
Nothing.
Okay.
It's actually time.
I was wondering.
Well, everybody's asking mining questions.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm talking mining. Not a whole lot of questions. There's some crass comments and insults and stuff. But
And rude, crude, socially unacceptable stuff. Huh?
yeah, there's stuff that your eyes shouldn't probably be seeing. But anyhow, so does that answer your question? I think so, Rock. Oh, so let's see.
Hi, everybody. Happy Independence Day to anybody who's in the United States. To everybody else, feel free to party anyway. Because, like, half of the country decided they were canceling Independence Day this year because they're in mourning. Just so you know. I'm going to start today with a quote. From our esteemed second President of the United States, John Adams. Our medium is depreciated by the multitude of swindling banks, which have emitted bank bills to an immense amount beyond the deposits of gold and silver in their vaults, by which means the price of labor and land and merchandise and produce is doubled, tripled, and quadrupled in many instances. Every dollar of a bank bill that is issued beyond the quantity of gold and silver in the vaults represents nothing and is therefore a cheat on somebody. Wise words from a wise man. Of course, today we don't have bank bills, though I did see some really nice examples of them recently on Reddit on Wall Street Silver. Somebody had gotten some from family members, antique ones. But we do have the almighty dollar. And I think all of you know by now the goddess's opinion of the almighty dollar at this point. But in other news, a miraculous, unprecedented, and absolutely historic event has occurred. Vox, that sterling example of leftist propaganda, made the case that Lord Malarkey is akin to Thomas Jefferson. And they were serious. To paraphrase Mark Twain here, let us draw the curtain of charity over that unhappy scene, because I'll tell you right now, Lord Malarkey ain't no Thomas Jefferson. Okay? I mean, that just shows you the current level of delusion that is going on here. So, on to mining news. Well, I do have a lab report, but since I don't have a lab coat, we'll just call it a tinfoil hat lab report for the moment. I had a very interesting week because everything that I have been suspecting for some time has been confirmed. In the sense that, yeah, remember I'm the one that has been agitating for wanting a scrubber on my furnace and on everything else because I was convinced the gold was going up the chimney? Well, apparently that is the case. Now, the mystery caller last week told us his method for roasting resin, and he said if you roasted your resin a certain way, you'd end up with a little gold bead in your crucible or in your cupel or in your scorification dish. So I decided to test this theory. The new furnace design most definitely does not like smelting, and it doesn't like roasting. It doesn't like anything right now, okay? It's really being annoying. Well, to say the results were interesting would be an understatement here, because indeed, at the end of this experiment, after the furnace was repaired, the carbon had cleared, and the gold sheen that was all over the inside of my furnace was gone. We did indeed get gold beads in the bottoms of the cupels. And I collected those gold beads. So this is a very promising experiment, because even though what I did was I actually roasted down a sample to the roasting part. Then I split it in half. Half of it I cupelled using the system that was in my Busby's book of fire assays. I use now for that the techniques used to assay cyanide, tailings, and slimes, because the great Busby, wonderful person who wrote that book, made a very, very big point about if you're dealing with extremely fine gold, and I'm assuming that the gold in these beads is extremely fine gold at this point, then you really have to take special precautions to avoid the gold going up the chimney. Oh, really now? And those precautions are never let anything with fluoride in it anywhere near your gold, period, end of story, and special smelting techniques. So I employ those special smelting techniques on this roasted material because I consider this to be the equivalent of cons or cyanide tailings and slimes because of the nature of it. It took me 2 or 3 dreams to figure that one out, okay? So, anyway, by doing it using the method that the mystery caller gave us, we did indeed get little gold beads sitting in our cubels. It was like, whoa, this is freaking cool. Now, I took the other half of the same sample and ran it in a crucible, and I got a bead that was about 20% larger. So those 2 beads are going together, and then as I do other samples, I'm going to see if I can plot a loss chart for that. But seeing the inside of my furnace covered with shiny gold carbon solidified my opinion that the scrubber I have been asking for months needs to materialize at some point here. So does a furnace that doesn't throw shit fits every 37.5 seconds. But that's another story, okay? The goddess can deal with Hoopty Ghetto Fabulous Labs, people. After all, I am a goddess. So that's where I am, okay? That's where I am this week. It has been fascinating working with this. Thank you very much to the mystery caller for giving me another avenue to explore and another way to see what is happening with the gold. Thank you, Chris, for sending that totally amazing report that totally and completely vindicates why I keep having dreams about using salt and vinegar in the lab to get my gold. Okay? Seriously, I have been dreaming about salt and vinegar to get my gold for months now. So,
Pickled resin.
bad bear. Pay no attention to the supposedly sign interpreter back there who's supposed to keep his mouth shut. Okay?
We could take jars of resin with
Mhm.
vinegar and salt
Mm-hmm.
and put them in a pressure cooker.
Yes, we could. I had a dream about pressure cooking. Yeah. I had a dream about pickling resin, okay? As I said, I am an intuitive scientist. What can I say? Well, anyway, all kinds of interesting things happen in the news this week in mining. A lot of them are not being reported anywhere. But to give you a little overview, the South American copper situation is getting seriously downhill at this point. And the South American wildcat gold mining situation is also getting seriously downhill at this point because there have been more deaths and some police interventions and some armed soldiers. And then some people robbed a mine somewhere in Africa. And a few days later, there was a gunfight and more dead people at the same mine. Very, very strange things are happening geopolitically. Okay? Yeah, pickles, Shaggy. Seriously. I mean, I seriously had a dream where I was pressure canning pickled resin. Couldn't figure it out at the time, but it was, I think, the 4th or 5th dream I had that involved salt and vinegar and getting my gold from this resin. And every single one of them, by the way, has also involved a bubbler at some point, which I still don't have. But, you know, what can you do? Sadly, as we've all noticed, the metals markets in general, and this includes gold and silver for some bizarre and unaccountable reason that probably has something to do with manipulation, have been a little bit bearish this week. Metals melt down as recession fears overwhelm supply woes. Now, notice this article has a disclaimer on it. The opinions expressed here are those by the author, Andy Holm, a columnist for Reuters. Okay, so let's see what Reuters has to say this week. Industrial metals have gone from boom to bust in the space of only 3 months. In March, the London Metal Exchange suspended its nickel contract after the price spiked to more than $100,000 per ton. 3-month nickel is now trading around $22,500, pretty much back where it was before the descent into chaos. Copper, aluminum, zinc, and tin all hit record price highs in March. Lead was the only LME-based metal to miss out on the Super Bowl party. After the March melt-up, however, industrial metals are now in meltdown. The LME index has just experienced its sharpest quarterly fall since the global financial crisis. Since the global financial crisis. I think we need to amend that to something along the lines of so far experienced during this financial crisis. The pivoting sentiment from super bullish to super bearish has been the February 24 launch of what Russia calls its special operation in Ukraine. Now, how did the goddess know they were going to blame Vlad the invader? Fears of sanctions against Russian metal helped drive prices to those record highs in March, but flows of Russian aluminum, copper, and nickel have so far been largely unaffected. Rather, traders are now focused on the recessionary impact of high energy prices as the Russian invasion grinds on. Bears come out to play. Investor positioning across the industrial metals has flipped from long to short over the last few weeks, with systematic funds responding to chart breakdowns and downside price momentum by increasing bearer bets. Money managers were net long of the CME copper contract to the tune of 42,000 contracts at the start of April. The net short now stands at 25,402 contracts, the most bearish positioning since April 2020. Really now. The last few remaining bulls are throwing in the towel. Funds outright long positions have shrunk to a 2-year low of 33,926 contracts. This is symptomatic of the broader investor landscape in metals, with heavier weight funds trimming passive long exposure and systematic trend following funds selling into price weakness. LME broker Marex estimates there are now significant speculative short positions across the whole complex in the London market, several of them close to multi-year highs in terms of size. It's not hard to understand investors' bear rationale. High energy prices are fueling inflation, and central banks are responding by tightening policy. I think they may have a different definition of tightening policy than the goddess does, I will say that. They're also starting to chill manufacturing activity. The latest string of purchasing managers indices captured stalled growth in Asia, the United States, and Europe. Stalled growth. How odd. One would think we were actually in a recession or something. Obviously, that's impossible. China is the potential bright spot in the global economy. Okay, the goddess really needs to make a digression on this one because apparently Reuters, along with the rest of the Western media, has conveniently overlooked the fact that the entire real estate market and half of the banking system in China is in a serious internal meltdown at the moment. So if they're a bright spot, then we're all in even worse trouble than we think we are. Manufacturing activity expanded in June for the first time since February as the country gradually emerges from rolling lockdowns over the first half of the year. However, there's plenty of caution that China's recovery may yet to be held back by Beijing's zero COVID-19 policy, with several cities tightening curbs over the weekend as new cases emerged. Tellingly, Chinese players themselves are playing metals such as copper from the short side. Marex estimates the collective short positioning on the Shanghai Futures Exchange's copper contract expressed as percentage of open interest is as high as it's been since 2008. That speaks to a lack of conviction about the strength of any recovery in the world's largest metals user. The speed of the base metals price collapse is partly explained by a drainage of liquidity on the London Metal Exchange in the wake of its controversial suspension of the nickel market and subsequent cancellation of trades. Well, derp. I don't know about any of you, but the goddess does not do business with people who cancel contracts and change the rules in the middle of the game. I mean, that is just rude. LME volumes have been sliding ever since, really. Trading activity in the second quarter was down by 13% on the year earlier period and by 21% on the first 3 months of 2022. Nickel is the most obvious casualty, prone to sharp price swings on low volumes. But this is a broader issue for both the LME and the physical supply chain. Lower investor and industry participation on the LME leaves market action increasingly dominated by short-term systematic funds. The resulting elevated volatility is reducing financing capacity for physical players as banks reassess their exposure to the metals sector. Banks need to reassess their exposure to a whole hell of a lot of shit, really. It's possible such financing constraints could lead to inflows of metal at LME warehouses, reversing a declining trend in recent months. Well, it's more like a drop off a cliff. I've seen those numbers. Total registered stocks of all metals amounted to 696,000 tons at the end of June, down from 2.36 million tons a year earlier. Available LME zinc inventory is currently just 22,050 tons, which is why time spreads have been tightening, the cash premium over 3-month metal spiking out to over 200 per ton last month, even as the outright price was falling. Isn't it funny how premiums go up while the spot price goes down? I wonder what else the goddess has seen lately that happens to. Oh, I don't know. Well, it couldn't possibly be silver and gold, now could it? Such is the disconnect between micro and macro right now. Recessionary gloom is crushing all micro positives, such as zinc's dangerously low inventory cover, or the lengthening list of aluminum smelter curtailments in Europe and the United States as high energy prices take a toll on a notoriously power-intensive sector. Alcoa has become the latest producer to announce a cutback of 54,000 tons of capacity at its Warwick smelter in Indiana, citing operational challenges. The goddess wonders if that means aluminum cans are going to lose weight again. The whole Western aluminum supply chain is operationally challenged right now. Well, that's one way to put it. So is that for zinc. Physical premiums for both metals remain extremely high, particularly in Europe, where regional production losses have been compounded by logistics problems. It's a sign of the extraordinary supply tensions in the West that China has been exporting both aluminum and zinc despite high tariffs on outbound shipments of refined metals. With no relief in sight for European power prices, regional metal smelters are facing margin pain until further notice. The LME paper market is pricing in a recessionary hit to demand while simultaneously ignoring the still bullish fundamental story of low inventory and continuing supply chain stress. Well, derp. What else is new? The mismatch is increasingly stark, and it may be only a matter of time before ever larger short positions clash with ever smaller stocks. Combined with patchy liquidity, there's a good chance there's more metallic boom and bust to come in the second half of 2022. Yeah, I would say that is likely. In case you missed the news, we now have large amounts of civil unrest in Sri Lanka and Ghana and Ecuador, and the Dutch farmers have been revolting in fascinating and increasingly hilarious ways. They started with just polite protests on the side of the road sometime last week after their government said that because of nitrogen pollution, they were looking at shutting down 30% of the agricultural capacity in Holland. The goddess has to wonder about the wisdom of offshoring 30% of your agriculture in a time where there's a worldwide food famine, insecurity, farming meltdown thing going on. The goddess also has to wonder about the whole nitrogen pollution thing, but that's another story entirely. Well, the polite little displays on the side of the road didn't seem to make much impact. So then the Dutch farmers went for large rolling roadblocks and began blocking roads and blocking airports and blocking ports. That didn't do too much either. Then the Dutch farmers bought in big trucks the other day of liquefied manure. You know, liquefied compost type manure, big old tanker trucks. And they started spraying government offices. This was rather amusing. Well, today they stepped it up another notch. Today they bought in several trucks that were full of solid manure, not the liquid kind. Nice, big bales of solid fecal material, not entirely all composted, And they proceeded to open those very large and inconvenient packages of manure, and they used it to block the highway between Holland and Germany. I am very pleased by this. I am unreasonably pleased to see somebody that is absolutely demonstrating with the perfect material just how full of their government is. Good for the Dutch farmers, and I hope they keep it up. I am looking forward to seeing 10,000 inventive uses for the massive quantities of animal excreta that they have hanging around. This could get very interesting.
Could you have compressed statues of politicians?
Oh, that would be
Manure
cool.
statuettes.
Then we could burn them in effigy.
If you wanted.
That would be really
Now
cool.
that's demonstrating how full of it they are.
Now, you may have noticed that the 16-cent savings that Americans enjoyed last year on their 4th of July barbecues has been somewhat offset by the over $10 increase in the cost of this year's barbecue. Oh dear. How tragic. How totally expected, but how tragic. So I hope that all of you saved that 16 cents from last year to offset the $10.18 or so this year. So now you're only $10.12 poorer, or $10.02 poorer, or something like that. The goddess does math now and then, In other news, Lord Malarkey made a pronouncement on Twitter the other day that many people found very amusing. Lord Malarkey pronounced that the problem was the gas stations, of course, when it comes to the price of gas. And he said that the companies selling this gasoline needed to change their prices at the pumps to reflect the actual cost that they paid for it. And he ended this statement with, "Do it now." This was met with considerable amusement and derision from a wide number of people, including most of the oil industry. And, of all people, Bezos. Yes, look it up yourself on Twitter. Jeff Bezos said that either Lord Malarkey was spreading deliberate misinformation or he was woefully ignorant or something to that effect. A few other people from the oil industry said that perhaps the interns and staffers who wrote that tweet need to be signed up for Econ 101 classes this coming fall. Very interesting to see the people that are beginning to call out the Malarkey administration. We won't discuss Lady Heels Up at all because most other people aren't discussing her either. Gee, I wonder why. Really have no clue on that. She's obviously like perfect, except that the media is already beginning to float the idea of dearly beloved Hillary Clinton coming back from the dead and running for president in 2024. Really? Maybe a Clinton Harris ticket? So, why most investors will miss out on the upside silver breakout and impulse leg moonshots. Failure to plan your work and work your plan. For some absolutely mission critical perspectives on this, read this book, okay? There's a book called Second Chance, How to Make and Keep Big Money from the In-Play Gold and Silver Shockwave. Now, the goddess absolutely respects the fact that some people seem to consider sound money to be an investment that you play with for some bizarre and unaccountable reason. So you might consider checking out that book if you like to invest and buy and sell money rather than spending it, which is what people typically do with money, you know. Focus on the main premise of positioning, avoiding too much in one investment unless highly researched and a good fit for your plan, and having an exit strategy if you're wrong. Don't let greed catch you by the throat. Well, one would hope not. Being caught by the throat doesn't sound very fun, now does it? At some point during moonshots, you must follow the wisdom sent to Luke Skywalker from Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh, goody. As he honed in his rockets onto the galactic starship for the final drive. Luke, turn off your targeting computer. The experts have infused with you, and you're now totally responsible. Win, lose, or draw. You've become liberated from what Bruce Lee called the chemical mess. Hidebound, restricted, limited ways of decision making. Okay. The Star Wars philosophy of financing. The goddess is conditionally in favor of this idea, as long as we're actually channeling the force and not channeling an idiot. It's called paper profit for a reason. Thank you. Somebody is actually finally pointing this out. It's not really yours until you offset the position and either sequester it in savings or move into another, hopefully deeply undervalued, underappreciated asset. The goddess will say this: if you don't hold it, you don't own it. The goddess is not a fan of paper. Don't try to get the last 1/8. Absolutely. People who wait for the tippity top of the market are the people that are going to lose in the market. Failure to ask how much is enough. Now, this is an interesting point. You must begin to address this question now, not in the heat of battle. Meditate on the answer. Watch how a piece of bark or a Japanese candle floats downstream, your opportunity, and does not return. Yes, how much is enough? It helps to have a fairly concrete idea here. Of course, it also helps to be actually investing in real products, as in buying gold and silver. The goddess prefers silver. The sign interpreter back there prefers gold for some bizarre and unaccountable reason. I think he just likes it. It's shiny. We like shiny things. So let's see if Kitco has any interesting news today. Mind you, a lot of people are foregoing news this weekend because there's a holiday going on. And I absolutely agree. This is supposed to be a holiday here. So let's see what Kitco has to say today. Bitcoin as a global standard would be an absolute economic catastrophe, according to Ernst & Young's global blockchain leader. The goddess was wondering when the crypto naysayers would come out of the woodwork. So let's see what this Ernst & Young yo-yo has to say here. If Bitcoin were to become a global monetary standard, it would be an absolute economic catastrophe, said Ernst & Young's global blockchain leader, Paul Brody. The world's largest cryptocurrency is by default considered a deflationary asset in the digital space. What this means in the crypto world is its supply is finite, set at 21 million tokens ever to be minted. And as investors buy and hold Bitcoin, the supply is reduced and prices increase. Deflationary systems like Bitcoin are bad for the economy. Oh, really? I don't think people devote nearly enough time and attention to discussing why. If Bitcoin were to become a global standard, it would be an absolute economic catastrophe, and there's mountains of evidence. Now, this should be good. Mountains of evidence. Deflationary assets are especially terrible as global monetary standards during economic slowdowns. And one of the clearest examples from the past is gold, Brody added, noting that the gold standard failed for a reason. Oh my God. Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be real good here. There is evidence from prior to World War II that deflationary systems like gold are catastrophic during economic slowdowns. And the reason for that is in a deflationary model. If you believe your currency will be worth more tomorrow than it is today, your incentive is to save, not spend. And that leads to collapse in demand, which in turn triggers a further decline in the economy, which makes people even more paranoid. The goddess didn't realize that people with magic pieces of paper could be so hilarious. This becomes what Brody refers to as a death spiral for the global economy. In the run-up to World War II, almost every major industrial country abandoned the gold standard. The evidence shows the sooner you abandon the gold standard, the faster your economy is likely to recover. Oh dear. The goddess should have worn a diaper before she started reading this article. Jesus Christ. Many proponents of Bitcoin refer to the cryptocurrency as gold 2.0. Oh. And Brody views this analogy as fair. Bitcoin is digital gold. If you wanted to take the properties that people love about gold and recreate them in a digital system, you would make Bitcoins. And in many ways, Bitcoin is better than gold. The only downside is you can't bury it in your backyard. But if we end up back on a gold standard, that will not be a good thing. With Bitcoin's popularity surging over the past decade and many proponents calling it a solution to the current global monetary policy system, it's worth being cautious around arguments calling for adopting a Bitcoin standard, according to Brody. The system is fundamentally deflationary if the economy it operates in grows faster than the money supply. If the Fed grows the money supply at 1% a year, we have a fundamentally deflationary system. It's true that the number of dollars in the system is going up a little bit, but the economy is growing even faster, which could cause a deflationary cycle where available goods and services would be growing faster than the number of dollars chasing them. And therefore, the price of goods and services would actually have to go down. For anyone who ever wanted to understand Keynesian economics, the goddess suggests you read whatever delusionary bullshit this idiot learned in college. For those who actually want to understand sound money, go to Mises.org. So how permanent is the current inflation problem? Fear of inflations and concerns around whether the Federal Reserve can contain it with aggressive rate hikes have triggered massive volatility in the broader markets. However, Brody disputes this narrative. During the pandemic, we underwent massive reconfiguration of the global economy. Overnight, we went from a global economy that was heavily focused on services to one focused on goods. Not necessarily untrue there. In this space of a year, we reconfigured the entire global economy from doing things to buying stuff. I'll rate that 2 Pinocchios. Now we're turning around and doing exactly the opposite. The world has experienced multiple massive reconfigurations of the entire global supply chain, and this time around that has come with large amounts of government stimulus, he added. The idea that the global economy can come out of this with a smooth landing and no inflation is unrealistic. But at the same time, the idea the world will encounter stagflation similar to the 70s is also not a given. I'm still on what I would call team transitory. Team transitory, okay. After World War II, we had a similar global reconfiguration. We went from making lots of weapons and telling people not to spend and buy war bonds to the war's over, let's party. And the world, particularly the US, went through a pretty brutal battle with inflation. It lasted almost 3 years and peaked at 18%. That was not the beginning of long-term stagflation. That was a transitory event resulting from a massive reconfiguration of the entire global economy. Brody sees signs that inflation might have peaked at above 8% in the US this year. He sees signs. Really now. That post-World War II inflation cycle was about 3 years. We're a year into an inflationary cycle. There's good evidence to believe the cycle may have peaked at around 8% and will slowly decline. Brody added there's a possibility of a mild recession, but unemployment will likely remain extraordinarily low. However, despite Bitcoin being the world's largest cryptocurrency, there are some red flags regarding its future. The main red flag is that fundamentally blockchains are not just digital assets, they're technology ecosystems. And the big red flag around Bitcoin is technology ecosystems live and die by the numbers of developers that are building products and services on top of them. And not very much of that is happening in Bitcoin. Most of the developments and engineering work is happening in the Ethereum ecosystem. And even though Bitcoin seems to be doing well, there's concern about its long-term future, he added. Overall, Brody does not see a multi-chain future, predicting Ethereum as the most likely ecosystem to take everything over. Network effects mean the largest ecosystem tends to win over time. Ethereum is the largest ecosystem. If you're trying to build a business, you want to build and deploy your business into the ecosystem with the most cash, the most liquidity, and the most investors. Wow. Unprecedented historic event. The man actually made an accurate point here. Brody compares Ethereum to the internet, noting the world does not have 20 different networking standards. If you go back 30 years, the internet protocol for connecting different types of networks. Today, there are no different networks. It's just the internet. End of article. Note, this article utterly and completely, supposedly, debunking the gold standard and discussing the deflationary aspects of sound money was published at Kitco. Funny. Lately, Kitco has been publishing a whole lot of articles that trash gold. The goddess is confused. Just saying. Just saying. There is way too much to unpack in a few short minutes concerning this Brody person's bizarre and delusional thoughts on the gold standard. The goddess hopes that this person gets the help that he needs to reconcile his worldview with reality. Because the reality is simple. Right around World War One, the central banks and fiat masters of the universe decided to start getting governments away from sound money with finite resources and rules that are consistent with reality. And they began to bring in fractional reserve banking. And then, of course, in the mid 30s, Franklin Roosevelt took away the right of average ordinary people to hold gold. Now, mind you, the American economy still had at that point silver certificates. We had those right up until just about the time the goddess was born. You could take that piece of pretty nice looking paper and you could take it to a bank and you could get a very pretty silver dollar that was real money. And then, of course, we all know that Richard Nixon, about 1 month and 10 days from now, is the 51st anniversary, I believe it is, or 50th anniversary of Richard Nixon officially decoupling temporarily, transitorily, the United States fiat from the gold system. Now, this gentleman apparently is on team transitory. Nixon's actions were supposed to be transitory. FDR's actions back in 33 were supposed to be transitory. Apparently, accountants have the same nebulous definition of transitory that government officials do.
What is a transitory? What is a woman?
And temporary.
Depends on what you identify.
Now, granted, on the geological scale, these things are both transitory and temporary. But the goddess does find it a very telling point that Kitco, for whatever reason, has been spending more and more time trashing gold, which is the product that they supposedly sell and stuff like that, and supposedly do other things about. But okay, be that as it may, I thought that was an extraordinarily hilarious article. And again, if you actually want to learn something about real money, the goddess strongly recommends Mises.org. They have a list of very good books and a whole lot of other information on how money is supposed to work. Because I'm sorry, Mr. Brody here is utterly and completely delusional. He's mad as a hatter. He's seriously mad as a hatter. The reason we are in this mess in the first place is because we all got off the gold standard. We got off the gold standard because governments do not like to behave responsibly. Wow, really now. Governments are parasitic creatures. They produce nothing. They only consume. They only want more power to themselves. It is very difficult to consume and get more power to yourself when you're on a sound money system, because you can't go over your budget and incur debt very easily. And if you debase that sound money the way the Roman Empire did toward the end, people kind of notice. I'm sure we'd all notice if our gold coins started to tarnish and turn green and gross and disgusting. I mean, really now. I almost feel sorry for that yo-yo. I really do. Because I'm fairly sure that he spent a large pile of fiat going to some institute of supposed higher learning and acquired a magic piece of paper. And he is still abysmally stupid. Yeah, Lars, if you believe in this, in the government, clap your hands. Well, if clapping your hands or smacking your feet together would get the government to go away, I'm all for it. Okay?
Expelliarmus.
Yeah, Expelliarmus! Absolutely. Avada Kedavra on them. Okay? And there's a whole bunch of interesting stuff on Zero Hedge that would get us kicked off YouTube if I read it. But the disgusting and very, very strange looking suspect on that Illinois mass shooting that happened at the 4th of July parade has been arrested. They're claiming he's a Trump supporter, of course. We don't know the whole story yet. San Francisco couple gets $1,500 fine for parking in their own driveway. This does not surprise me. Saudi ex-spy master pens scathing op-ed on rethinking the global order. Lord Malarkey is now openly talking about how we need to have high gas prices as long as it takes to preserve the liberal world order. So, for all those people who said the goddess's tinfoil hat was too tight when she was talking about the world order and the you will own nothing and eat bugs in the dark business, yeah, as usual, the goddess was right. The goddess is almost always right. LA City Council votes to ban homeless encampments near schools. Oh, I'm sure that's going to work out real well. Biden's job approval enters the Marianas Trench. The goddess can see the headlines now. U.S. President makes historic exploratory trip to Marianas Trench, a first for a world leader.
You have to come back.
Don't we wish? German energy giant in talks over $9 billion bailout package. Despite opposition from his closest advisors and supporters, Biden expected to roll back China tariffs as soon as this week. I wonder why.
They own him?
Vlad the Impaler won't congratulate Biden on July 4th. It's hardly appropriate. Though I did like the way Vlad the Invader was trolling the G7 when the G7 were mocking leaders that appear shirtless all over the place. And Vlad the Invader pointed out the obvious. All of them would look like crap if they wandered around without their shirts off. I mean, I will say he's not an amazing looking dude, but he's definitely in better shape than Lord Malarkey or Trudeau. American pride hit a new low, according to polls. So, just going even further into ridiculosity these days. On this Independence Day, the goddess strongly suggests that whether you're American or not, you read the Declaration of Independence, even though NPR decided to forego their tradition that they have held since the beginning of the radio station and not read it today so they could discuss equality and diversity. The goddess also suggests that people read the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. It's a very, very, very short thing. It's only about 9 pages. I'm sure even a Congress critic could read it if there were enough emojis in it. I'm not sure if they could read it without the emojis. Okay? And consider the mindset of a group of men who had the opportunity to form basically any kind of government they wanted. They knew they didn't want a monarchy. That was just about it. And frankly, the goddess can't blame them because a lot of monarchies have kind of sucked rocks over the years. They could have formed an autocracy. They could have formed a totalitarian government. They could have formed a government that was designed to grow and take over everything that it saw, like your average cancer tumor does. Instead, what they sought to build was a central government as small, inoffensive, and limited in power as you could possibly get, just to handle the stuff that was too big for states to handle. Everything else belongs to the several states and to the people. These states were meant to be social laboratories where each state could form their own way of doing things and their own methods for success. And other states could watch. So if a state did a whole bunch of stupid bullshit like California's doing, then they'd fail and everybody would move. And nobody would do what they did, but it wouldn't bring everybody else down. If a state did something wildly successful, then everybody else could try it and make it work where they were. And over time, consensus was built, and as a natural thing, progress would happen. And everybody would have the maximum amount of personal liberty. That is what it's all about. Unfortunately, things are a little bit screwed up right now. They have been for some time, but they're getting worse. We have all noticed this. But on this Independence Day, it is a good idea to reflect on the essence of personal liberty and individuality and egalitarianism that is actually built into our founding documents, which are currently now being removed from various universities along with busts of presidents and other things, because these things matter. As much as those who dislike them and are trying to make them go away would hate to admit it, these things matter. And they need to come back, along with sound money. So while silver and gold are on sale, I do hope you're backing up the truck to your local coin shop and purchasing things. And by the way, lots and lots of positive 5-star reviews are coming in on Wall Street Silver on Reddit, because good old Walmart is selling AppMex silver for lower than the AppMex website. They're delivering a whole lot faster, and it's all still in its AppMex packaging, and it's in great shape. So if you happen to have a Walmart credit card that gives you 5% cash back, that works there too. Anyway, bye-bye. And yes, let's go, Brandon.
Well, let's hope Brandon goes.
Okay.
Brandon needs to go. Brandon needs to go.
Shaggy, if you read your history books, you'll find out it was not perfect then either.
No, it wasn't perfect, but it was working a hell of a lot better than it is now.
Let's see. He was talking about the Indians.
Yeah, that is really wrong. The goddess strongly disapproves of what happened to the indigenous people.
Paul likes your ears.
Thank you. I like my ears too.
Okay. Really, Lars? I'm surprised you can still type then. Are you sure you can count? Uh, not familiar with the reference, Paul. Anyhow, ouch. Oh, my back. My fingers are sore from all the sign language. Anyhow, uh, wow, that's unusual. The number of people watching has gone down while you were on, little one. I guess a lot of that's probably because of 4th of July and people are out watching stuff. Anyhow, so that's basically where we're at right now. And still pretty light outside, which is why we haven't been hearing too much stuff, I guess. And should start kicking off here. What is it now? 8:30? Yeah, at least another hour. Because of the high latitude, it really stays light long, and the sun really moves around a lot. Oh, dearie. So, I've already forwarded your email, Tricky, to somebody else who's also working with Eco Gold X down in Central America. And let's say we got like 4 or 5 people on 4 different continents working on the question of how to get the gold out of the resin, sort of thing. So we shall see what we shall see. Anyone got any questions at this point? Oh, and Jim is still up in the hills doing whatever Jim is doing right now. I have a good idea, but I'm not allowed to discuss it, but it should be fun. He should be having a good time with any luck. And we will all be brought into the know at the appropriate time in the future. Let's see. Not sure who's still here. Tricky was here. Lars is here for sure. How long is winter there? It can vary, but the unusual thing, the thing that's difficult to predict is the swings in the weather. Like you can have snow in early October and then pleasant temperatures to December. You can have, I was talking to some people here, and I've heard it's been known to snow on the 4th of July. So the temperature swings are pretty significant.
Lord
At times.
Malarkey announced today that we have come up short.
Yeah, he sure has. I would say in general, the winter is like late November to mid-April. If you basically say, okay, at what point is water hard freezing at night consistently? Somewhere around there. In midwinter, the days are fairly short. It's still dark at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it gets dark by 6 o'clock at night. So that's the kind of situation there. The frustrating part for me in terms of mining is when it starts getting so cold that the resin won't absorb the gold out of solutions, the solutions won't stay liquid, and things like that. It becomes basically impossible to do milling. And the location where the mine is at, the access is restricted from mid-December through mid-May. So even if the road conditions permit, like they did this year, you could not, legally go there, sort of thing. Although I suspect that if we were to get a plan of operations, we could, But say we shall see what we shall see. But that's basically, I would expect to be milling into November sometimes. And we'll see how much ore we can move. This week we have a contingency plan where if things are going fairly well, I can make a phone call. We do have phone service up there, and they can send a pickup truck with another trailer, pick up the one I've got that's loaded and drop it off at the mill, and I can start loading another trailer and haul it home. So we'll see what happens. It depends a lot on my physical condition and how fast things go. So we shall see what we shall see.
I'm going to be busting ass too, you know.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it's one of those things that we'll just see how it works out. It's going to be a little bit warm, probably up into the low 80s. So that's going to make it a little more difficult to maintain a high level of output, but we'll see what we can do. And this winter, we may spend a lot of time getting gold out of resin during the winter. That's something we can do in a an interior environment. What about skarn? Yeah. What about it, Lars? Skarn is a particular type of mineral deposition environment. It depends on the situation. As a general rule, the answer is yes. It is cooler in the tunnel. However, right now I'm so close to the top of the decline that only matters if the airflow is bringing the air up from below. Inch wide sluice at 8 degrees, 6 to 10 big spoon scoops a minute. I would think that's kind of a light feed for that situation there. 1 1/4 inch sump pump, 10-inch wide sluice, 8 degrees, 3/4 inch deep. Yeah, I think that's a lot of water for that amount of solids there. You might be able to increase your solids content or decrease your water. You can always put things like, number 8 birdshot in there so that you know exactly what you should be getting. And by doing that, you can verify whether or not your recovery equipment is doing its job properly. If you're going with just kind of run of mine material, it's hard to tell whether it's the material that's changing, whether it's your recovery changing or whatever. By engineering a material or putting a known quantity of gold of certain sizes in that material, then you can determine with good precision whether or not it's recovering, because you know exactly what you're supposed to recover. And so you should do that every time. If you're not doing it every time, you can vary parameters to maximize it. But I mean, like things like number 8 birdshot, you should be able to get 100% of that. You shouldn't lose any of those in a standard sluice. They're big enough and they're hard enough to move that you should be getting 100% of those. If you're not, then you know you got something wrong. If your riffles are plugging, that would prevent you from recovering anything. If your flow is way too high, you're too steep, that could cause it. But I mean, first of all, look at your riffles. Are you getting good exchange? You see the material actually bouncing around and moving around behind the riffles. That takes clear water to be able to see that, but you can basically take some of your material, wash it clean, and then just run that material with clean water to see what's actually happening. Let's say, or you can just salt it with a known quantity of lead or steel, and go from there. One reason I can tell whether or not my fabric cobbled sluice out at the mine is working reasonably well is I got a lot of steel, fairly fine, flaky steel from the impact mill in with the ore. And so when I'm running it through the sluice, if all that steel and most of the gold that I find is in the upper part of the sluice, it would indicate the sluice is generally doing a fairly good job. If it's distributed evenly in the sluice, it means it's not doing a real good job. And if it's at the bottom of the sluice, it means it's doing a bad job, you know? The problem, Ricky, is that while this ore is well oxidized, the gold is extremely fine. We have Montana Tech University about 70 miles away, and we spent $1,000 to have them do a kind of a detailed electron microscope analysis of the ore, and it indicated that 80% of our gold is less than 6.8 microns, which is 2,000 mesh. And yeah, you can get high temperatures if you add air or oxygen to an ordinary coal fire. Yeah, I say if you don't know, try and figure out a way to verify stuff. And one way is just, let's say in a gravity system, just throw in your own stuff and see what happens. And say it's pretty easy to see if you're missing number 8 shot. Yeah, something's badly out of whack. And it can be too much or too little water. It can be too much or too steep an angle. I mean, it can be a lot of different things. And it can also be just the wrong mat and riffles for that particular size and shape gold, too. One thing about gold is it comes in a wide variety of sizes and shapes. And certain things will stick better to certain things than others. That's why in like a commercial operation, they'll usually have sluice boxes that have different types of matting and riffles going down a fairly long sluice box, because each one is going to tend to recover a particular size and shape of gold particles. Yeah, another thing, Jeff, if you don't have a bigger pump, you can always like take a 2x4 and reduce the width of the sluice box while you run it. So it's only running like a 6-inch wide sluice, something like that. But definitely test it. When in doubt, test. And say it's unfortunately quite difficult when you're dealing with as fine a gold as I've got. But anything over 200 mesh should be readily pannable. You should be able to get that, in a pan using the right technique without too much trouble. So learn how to pan your gold, your different kinds of gold. And again, the good thing to do is practice that with and bing them up just a little bit. That certainly sounds like a reasonable option, Paul. Again, it depends on what you've got. I'll let Chris answer that one, Jeff, as I'm not a sluice expert. If Jim was here, he could tell us. But Jim is out having fun and leaving us to just survive as best we can, the meanie. I know that you have to have the right depth to get the right action, but that's also the water volume and you take the water volume and the slope, and that'll tell you what your water depth is. And again, it can depend on the size of the gold and the size of the riffles you're using. So the thing about I'm trying to do is I've got very small particles. It's 100% passing 20 mesh. So the biggest particles I got are maybe 15 mesh. And so I don't need a big chunky mat. I don't need a lot of volume to push stuff through, but I do need a certain minimum velocity to get that slurry to move, because it's got a lot of solids in that solution. It's very high solids ratio at times. But that kind of fabric hobble sluice seems to be working okay, although I may try a VDR mat if I can find some and see what happens. We'll kind of go from there. Oh, they can go a lot longer than that, Paul. Yep. Yeah, you'd have more depth, you'd have more laminar flow, and less turbulent flow. That would be advantageous. Yeah. Of course, sometimes they used a lot longer just because they wanted to move the material someplace too. I mean, they've had sluice boxes over 1,000 feet long, but in many cases that was mainly just to move the material out of the way. They might not have riffles in it nearly that amount. Where Chris is at, they used to do a lot of stuff. He's over more in the mother lode country. Oh, goodness. I got a strenuous week ahead. We shall see what happens. I'd like to get 2.5 tons this week, little one. That would be good.
Cool.
Yeah.
We had enough buckets.
Oh, if they have to bring the other trailer, they're going to have to bring us another 40 buckets too. We have 60 on board right now. We have, I don't know, 8 or 10 already out there. And then, say, if we have to, have them bring a trailer, if I'm feeling good enough and everything, then they'll just have to pick up another 40 buckets at Home Depot and haul them out with the trailer. Not a big problem. And say, we shall see what we shall see. Little one Lars says, Pelican stop sign, flavonoid prostitute. I need another drink. I'm still too lucid. That sounds like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy quote. But yeah, I say that's what we're going to try and do. And then again, I still got to put it through the crushers and pulverizers, and that'll be a full day's worth of work there. Eva may or may not be able to provide sufficient help out there where, like, she's running the RC46 and I'm running the Impact. But I'm also thinking we probably want to agitate for more than 24 hours and figuring how long it takes to go out to the mine, get set up, mine a couple tons of ore, and come, tear down and come back, and then work at the mill. I'm just not sure exactly how we're going to be able to do that. We'll see what we can do. Well, Paul, the stuff goes directly into the leach tank for 24 plus hours. And that's dissolving the very finest gold right there. Okay. We should recover in the neighborhood of 75 to 80% of the assay value in that first 24 hours, get it into solution. And then we, if we got us, like right now, it's sitting in the tank. Why? Because I got nothing to put in the tank. So I might as well leave it in the tank where it can be agitated and stuff. And so anytime that it's not going to be replaced, you just leave it in the tank, and then you go from there. Have we added jet dry to the Eco Gold X for faster recovery rates? I haven't tried it. I have no idea whether it would help or not. We could do it in a bottle roll and see, but it would take a lot of jet dry to treat 2 tons of water, which is what a single batch uses. What if we left all the tools at the mine? Well, if we left all the tools at the mine, then we'd be encouraging theft, because right now there's no place to put them out of sight, out of mind. Also, weather is an issue. But it's not so much the tools as the head frame, the high line. All these things take time to pull out of the shaft, set up, and get running, and then tear down and put away and stuff like that. I mean, just look at the high line. I've got about 85-foot cable, and I've got to, first of all, put the head frame up so it's something to go over and hold that end of the cable, come along, get it over there, hook the cable to that, then lower myself down a slope, paying out the cable behind me as I'm unspooling it from the coil it was in, and keep it from Chris, that's not practical the way we've got it set up, but we're working on it using that special technique we talked about. We can discuss it in private later. The experiments are ongoing on that. Then I get to the bottom, got to hook it up to the anchor, get the crossbuck up, like that, then walk back up and tension the cable. So it just takes time. Our gold isn't floating, although gold can coat the gold and prevent the Eco Gold X from getting to it. And that's a possibility, gold miner. It's worth a check on like a bottle roll test or whatever. And as I say, we got a lot of things we're trying to refine and improve, etc., and increase the efficiency of. Right now, I got to increase the throughput, and the major bottleneck on that is me, because I got to move it all by hand, mine it, get it off the hill, haul it back, run it through the crusher, run it through the pulverizer, and dump it in the tank. It's entirely possible I'm in good enough condition to do that right now. I've been working on things, and hopefully I can do it. If it was a little cooler, it would help. But yeah, it's not too bad of a hike in terms of it's only, I think, 40 feet vertically, and there's a path there. But I mean, I can rarely just climb up from the road level to the collar level without stopping and taking a break, because it's such a steep little trail there. And I learned a long time ago, the main thing is keep moving. So slow down to the point where you can keep moving at that speed. And what I'm hoping is I can if I can mine and mill 8 hours a day, you're losing, Lars. Last time it was drink number 11. I guess that means it's working. So I say we shall see what we shall see. And Eva is also critical to in the mining spot. Hoisting and lowering the carriage is not a problem. She can do that. That's pushing buttons, even though they're really, really tough buttons to push. I mean, it takes her 2 hands, and I don't argue with that. I mean, and but when it comes to sending them down the high line, then she's got to pick the buckets up and set them down again. And so that, again, she's also conditioning up here. So we'll see how that goes. And you just take it as you can. Whatever you can accomplish is whatever you. Oh, man, you lost one, Lars. Oh, that's horrendous. Oh, you need secondary containment for that. Maybe if you got like a cake pan and put it on so that when you spill it, you could then just pour it out of the cake pan. That's what I do in the lab. But yeah, it also depends a bit on the hardness of the rock. Most of it's soft enough that the Hilti can beat it up pretty effectively. Although I suspect as we get deeper, it is going to become harder due to less weathering. So that'll be interesting to see what goes there. That Sierra Blaster, we'll see how fast we completely wear out drill bits. We dull them fairly quickly, but I will have my grinder with me so I can resharpen them. And then we'll see how long they last before I have to buy new ones. It's also that wall rock that's giving me problems right now. I think it's silicified, that hard spot. So we'll see. That kryptonite, that really hard quartz, this stuff doesn't look like it's very hard, but that is a hard quartz. That's a pretty sharp edge right there. And that will wear out those bits really quick. You only get about 2 to 3 inches and your bit's dull. It's time to pull it out, put a new one on, and regrind it. Yeah, I wear out one of my Sierra Blaster bits in that stuff there about every 3 inches. And not too bad, Chris, but it seemed like you had to stretch for that one. It just didn't come natural. Anyhow, but yeah, that's one of the things. But so far, we've only had to use the Sierra Blaster once, and now it'll be the second time. So I'm hopeful that it's going to be one of those occasional things, and the rest of the time I can just beat through it with the Hilti. It certainly can, Paul. In my case, the mining you're mining what you're mining, but it's usually got fractures in it sufficient that you can find a spot where that bit will sink in and break something off. That's usually what happens. I'm also finding I have yet to find any rock there that I can't break up with a sledgehammer once I get a chunk of it out, or that when I get a big chunk, a chunk of it that'll fit in the jaw crusher, that it'll stop the RC46. I think with the rolls disengaged on the RC46, plus the 13 horsepower motor instead of the original stock 11, it can just power through that stuff. But I mean, like this kryptonite here, that chunk, that wouldn't even really slow that RC46 down. You wouldn't even hear it hesitate as the jaw comes in and shatters that, you know. Yeah, mine jaw crushes. I mean, I'm jaw crushing it to, I don't know, ½ inch, minus some 3/4 in there maybe. Then I run it through the Stutenroth mill. And that does a fairly good job of beating things up, but it still leaves a lot over the 20 mesh. So I then put it back through the hopper and over the feeder again. And that's when I really start getting a lot of fines going into the collection bucket. So say what I'm leaching is actually 100% passing 20 mesh, which is actually fairly coarse. That's the coarsest I've ever heard for a tank leach. But I'm using kind of a leach pad to recover the solutions and such. And so the coarse there comes in handy. It gives you better percolation. And, it's a balancing act. We shall see what happens. It also depends on how much coarse gold we get. So another thing Eva may wind up doing on a regular basis is spending time with a metal detector. It would be unfortunate if we have to pull out that GPX 5000 and get it working, because that thing's a beast. Yeah, the Mine Lab. But I say we might need to because of the large detection area. The Falcon is very sensitive, but it's a very small detection area. We went and cut some chunks off of the nichrome wire just so we had some pieces of metal and put them in plastic weighing boats. Ours is an MD10, actually, the one I got. It's from a while back. And we could detect, what was the smallest one?
0.008.
8 milligrams. We could detect 8 milligrams, but only at about 1/4 of an inch. I wouldn't suggest that, Lars. Now, if you had some tequila and were cutting it with citric acid, that might work okay.
One shot.
Mars tequila.
Yeah. Yeah, Ricky. You say if you have a real mill that's with the where you're not looking for portability that much, and capital cost isn't that critical, but operating cost is. Ball mills are great. They're fantastic. Now, Jason sent me some short videos. They've got a ball mill. I think it's like a Tanzanian design or whatever. And yeah, it's just, an engine with a drive shaft and a few things. And, and so, it's amazing what people can do in terms of fabric cobbling in these third world countries. It's quite interesting. But
What about the zinc cementation he's doing?
yeah, they're trying cementation on zinc strips. We'll see how that works. By the way, little one, can you take over for a minute so I can go pee-pee?
I'm knitting.
She's knitting. Oh, that's so stereotypical. Oh, my goodness. She has the look. I better run.
He's interrupting my knitting. I decided I wanted a purple sweater. Variable purple things. Yeah, I have quite a few experiments on board. At the moment, I'm having a serious bottleneck in my experimentation because of the ongoing furnace issues. Now, I did point out to Professor Hardrock, I am on a campaign to get him to get me a gas furnace, because this whole electrical shit is really getting very, very annoying. It really is. And yeah, Shaggy, when it comes to our past and Native Americans, personally, I think what happened to the Native Americans is disgusting and ridiculous, and what's happening to them now is disgusting and ridiculous. This is what happens when you take away people's raison d'etre, so to speak, and you try to turn them into domestic animals, domestic house pets, and give them a monthly allowance. It's disgusting. David, more like a couple of repairs a day at this point, okay? He's gotten really good at welding the pieces of element back together by touching them with the tongs, which I'm not allowed to do because he pulled some sort of a gender card on me on the issue. So, but I want to go old school because old school shit is easier to control, it's easier to babysit, and it doesn't break. I mean, it's really, really kind of annoying to be in the middle of an experiment, in the middle of a nice test, doing identical samples side by side, and everything fails, and you have to pull everything out and fix it and put it back in. And it's like, not good, you know? It's really not good. Now, what I'm envisioning, and of course, everybody can feel free to tell me that this is a totally stupid idea, but I'm envisioning take one of those 40-pound, the nice 10-gallon, 40-pound propane tanks, turn it on its side, okay, not upright, on its side, and cut a little hole, a door in the front, and you weld the little channels on the sides just below where the floor is going to sit in there, and put um, long propane bars like you'd see in a gas grill, and then put in some kind of floor. That's what I'm envisioning because then I'd have more room and I wouldn't have to reach into things and get all hot and uncomfortable while I'm taking things out. And yes, Chris, I know they can be very difficult to use for assay work, but this electric furnace is ridiculous to use for any work at all. And if the dude that wrote the definitive guide for such things could use muffle furnaces with coke, I'm pretty sure I can figure out how to use propane. Chris, I'm pretty sure I could find a way to get enough flame in there if I put enough flames in there. I'm just not quite sure how many I'd need. But the thing is, what I want is something that's horizontal as opposed to vertical. And actually, I wouldn't mind having a furnace that couldn't make it all the way up to the temperature to melt things because for cupellation, I use lower temperatures anyway,
That's 1700. That's not a lower temperature compared to
Lars,
what
when I'm envisioning bubblers here, like the one he wants to attach to his tube, I'm envisioning a sun tea jar, the kind that does not have a spigot on it, a 1-gallon one that you can just poke the hose in through the top and put it all the way to the bottom. Because I did think that maybe if I had one of the kind with the spigot on it, you could attach the hose to the spigot so it would bubble from the bottom up. But as Professor Hardrock pointed out, and he's probably right here, that's one more part that can start leaking. And I don't want nasty, toxic, stupid things to start leaking everywhere. It's messy. My lab is already hoopty and ghetto fabulous. I don't need it being any messier than it is. Okay.
A
yeah, bong?
Basically, Lars.
Yeah. I mean, a bong might possibly work.
Yeah.
Really? That sounds interesting, Paul. Well, I wasn't thinking of barbecue exactly, Chris. I mean, I could get some airflow in there. I was just thinking that the kind of bar type heating elements, but not that size, but larger, that you get in a barbecue. Because you've got gas rings like you get on a stove. You've got bar gas thingies like you get in a barbecue.
Yeah, the problem is the temperature you're attempting to achieve is only about 500 degrees, not 2,000.
Bigger ones.
No, it's not a matter of bigger. It's more intense.
So this isn't like tool time? It's
No.
not an issue of bigger? I never heard a man say it was not an issue of size, okay? That is a woman thing.
It's a matter of power.
I'm sure
Yep.
somebody makes high intensity propane jet thingies like that.
Yep, pretty much, Chris.
All I want is something on its side. It's got more room.
I know you want more room, little one.
The upright propane.
You
furnace
could
model,
make a bigger furnace in a rectangular box with 2 doors that you could open
a
up
muffle
too.
furnace.
You know?
A muffle furnace would be good.
Yes. Yeah, something like that, Chris. I understand exactly what you're saying. Anyhow, yeah, the problem with the furnace is say it's not designed for the amount of fouling that it's being subjected to.
Well,
I'm not familiar with induction furnaces, Tricky.
Oh,
So
I saw one online. They're cool.
I'm sure they are, but I don't know how they work.
You feed stuff into it, and it's like magic.
Mm-hmm. It's got magnetic fields and stuff.
Unfortunately, I don't want high tech. I want as low tech as I can get.
Yeah.
at this point.
I say, once we figure out what temperatures are needed, if we can do this in a efficient manner. Yes, David. Yes.
Well, I know exactly what temperatures I use all the time.
And
Some of us keep records.
but the whole problem with roasting the resin gives you a lot of losses. Means getting some kind of what do you call it? You got to capture all the gases,
And I was wanting that.
and that's not going to work if you're using a propane fired furnace and it's open in the furnace. Now, I was thinking for roasting the resin, you might be able to basically just take a piece of 2-inch pipe over the burners in a barbecue and achieve the high enough temperatures to ash it. I don't know, but that would be a lot easier. You're dealing with lower temperatures and
I ashed
with
it at 400 degrees.
with external heating, then you've got very little gas that you have to bubble effectively. Matter of fact, you're going to have to pump some air in to send it in a particular way. Otherwise, you'll probably just turn it into a bunch of carbon inside. But
Roasting starts at 400 and ends at like 900.
is your gold in resin coated? The resin is a plastic that the gold atoms stick to, actually, the gold complexes stick to from the solution. And as you're trying to get it off the resin, say that if you can elute it, in other words, put a chemical on there that literally just takes it back off of the resin, that has one set of complications and positives and negatives. The other is try and break the resin down, heat it up to the point where it breaks down and goes away.
If I might correct you,
What?
through microscopic analysis, I can sincerely tell you that the stuff we absorb is actually inside the resin, it's not on the surface.
Whatever. Set it up kind of like a continuous mercury retort. Yeah, something like that. So the difference between a mercury retort and what I'm envisioning is adding an air injection to it so that the carbon turns to carbon dioxide. Not sure exactly what. Yes, gold miner. So far, the results at room temperature suck. If I could ever get my sample to a lab and get the lab to analyze it, because everyone isn't closed for the weekend and the 4th of July and everything, I'd have an idea what simmering temperatures do under those conditions. But at 1% sodium hydroxide and 1.5% Eco Goldex, which is what the manufacturer supposedly recommends for a stripping solution, although they use an autoclave, we got 35 parts per million in solution when we're running resin that's around 4% gold. So yeah, that's one of the problems with a smelting crucible. I mean, even if you got a lid, the gases have to be able to come out to some extent. Yeah, I'm thinking of running a continuous flow of fresh air, modest amounts, through the hot chamber, and then the exhaust goes through the scrubbers. We shall see. And I say, first, we got to get something that works. Well, we do have something that works. It's just the throughput sucks. Fire assaying using the procedure we have seems to get pretty good recovery. If we could ash the resin without high losses, then we could make it much more efficient, because it's the resin that we're trying to get rid of during the fire assay that really limits what we can do.
I can cut the time in half if I'm working with ash product.
The test, how much can it build pressure before it blows? Not sure which test. The fire assay doesn't build any pressure. The exhaust gases just go out the thing, but it's the flux itself seems to grab the gold and not let it get out of the crucible. And Eva's testing different methodologies to see if she can make it any better. But we shall see. Again, we're trying a number of things, but right now I gotta move some rock. You know, that's number one. I gotta mine, I gotta process. Winter is coming, and I can load resin and deal with it later, as long as we have something we know will work. Tricky in the case of our resin, I think it's a homogeneous. I don't think it's a, I forget what they call those beads, but it's like where there's a part in the middle and then a coating. That's typically for the larger beads like they use for resin in pulp. Ours are very fine. I mean, we got beads down to 40, 50 mesh. One of the interesting things is the beads are variable in size, and to some extent, the larger beads seem to pick up less loading than the smaller beads. Not sure why, but
Difference in color too.
that seems to be the case.
Different size beads have different colors, and they have different fracture patterns when they break apart.
That's what I was saying, you know. But again, Eva's got loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of tests to do. I can't afford to slow down for that. So we're going to be focusing on two different things. I need to mine and leach rock. That's my job. Load resin and provide a little bit of guidance on what kind of tests to run. I tend to give Eva her head on stuff a bit because, well, first of all, she operates intuitively and it seems to work better sometimes, but also because she's not going to make the same mistakes I am. She's going to do things differently, and as such, she may find the answer where I would not. And if I were to try and very tightly guide her, she's not going to find that. Take care, Tricky. Hug the babies. And actually, at Winco, you get these energy shots for like, what are they, little ones? $1.69, or are they just you recall what they are?
That's like $8 for the whole case.
$8, and this is looks
was
like
12.
12. So let's see.
They were like 89 cents a piece if you buy them.
Yeah,
separately.
89 cents or something like that. Yeah, they're about 70 cents each. And
And
so,
they taste really gross.
yeah, they do taste gross. I'll give you that. They're mostly B12. They got caffeine and such. I like Rockstar for the flavor, but I'm afraid that using caffeine to keep me going also gives me a caffeine crash fairly quickly. So that seems to be counterproductive for long endurance sort of things, which is what I got going here. I have no problem taking a little nap at times, like when we're out at the mine, work the morning. Um, I'll typically get up hours before Eva does. So I'll get up, make myself breakfast, go right to work, get in a couple of hours or so. Then Eva will wake up, make her breakfast and everything, take a little break there, go up, work another couple hours or whatever, pick a reasonable stopping point, have lunch, and then if I'm feeling sleepy, just take a nap for an hour or so, then get back up and get on it again. I don't see any reason. I mean, right now we're looking at, I don't know, 12, 14 hours of daylight, some god awful thing. Let's see, 5. It
Over
just,
15 hours.
let's see, it's 9:22 and it's just dark enough you can hear the fireworks going on. So 5 till noon is 7 plus 9, 6, yeah, at least 15 hours of daylight. So there's no reason I have to. I mean, I couldn't work all day, so I might as well have a siesta in the middle of the day if I'm feeling tired or whatever, and eat several modest-sized meals. I'm not one of those people that if I eat a meal and then work, I get sick or cramps or anything like that. I eat a couple sandwiches, a couple hamburgers or whatever, and then you know uh, go right back to work. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, I agree, Shaggy. Absolutely. And another thing we found, be right back. Just a second, I'll show you. Now, if you eat a lot of carbohydrates, you're going to tend to get your blood sugar goes up, then your insulin goes up, then it brings your blood sugar down, and like that. So here we have a bag of hamburgers. Now, these are not regular hamburgers. I cooked a bunch of bacon up, small bacon bits and stuff, and some feta cheese and mixed it in with the hamburger stuff along with some herbs and spices and stuff.
They taste great on French toast.
So they taste really good as a snack, low carb. Paul, that is too fine for flotation. Sorry. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Believe it or not, it's just too fine. Then another thing I'll do, they make a bread that's available up here. Fran's Keto. Like that, keto white. See, it's reversed, so it's kind of hard for me. But this has essentially 0 carbs per slice. And I'll make a French bread batter for this where I take cream and eggs and sucralose and cinnamon and ginger and vanilla and a little bit of gluten and stuff, and make a whole loaf of bread into French toast for a trip. And it tastes good. And again, very low carbohydrate, so you don't get that sugar bump and the
And it's great
crash.
cold, and it makes good peanut butter sandwiches. Peanut
Make-
butter French toast sandwiches.
Yeah, I say it's pretty good. So we have a number of snack-ish type things that's very low in carbohydrates. Now, Eva has to go low in carbohydrate. For me, it helps prevent the boom and crash sort of thing. But not in this case, Paul. If you had flakes, yeah, I'd say in this case, it's a mess. It is really, really fine. No, David, no bananas. First of all, they're high in carbohydrates. Secondly of all, when I used to go fishing, I'm not sure where it came from, but there's a superstition on sport fishing boats that you're not supposed to bring a banana. Okay? If somebody found out you had a banana, you need to throw it overboard, you know? But anyhow, so we have this, we have canned food. So dinners are a nice hot home cooked tasting dinner in about 5 minutes. In the morning I'll have eggs. Typically I've got, again, these bacon bits I cook myself. I can mix that with eggs, or if there's leftovers from last night, just about anything we make, whether it's meat mix with gravy or Alfredo sauce or chicken or this, I can just throw some eggs in it, stir it up, cook it up, and that's my breakfast. So we found a way to keep fed reasonably easily, and yet with good nutrition. Where we're not getting a lot of carbs and getting that carb rush and so that's another thing. Then this right here, this is not Gatorade Zero. This is Eva's substitute. We have little packages of drink mix thing, the non-sugar drink mix. And so it's got one of those in here and a little bit of what they call light salt, which is a combination of salt and potassium chloride. So it keeps your electrolytes up, and it's relatively cheap. That's like, I don't know.
4 cents.
4 cents.
Prices,
Okay.
and many more flavors to choose from.
Yeah, and you have a lot of flavors. But anyhow, so by keeping hydrated, electrolytes up, keep that blood sugar from jumping around, keep lots of energy coming in, lots of protein and substantial fat for energy. Hopefully I can keep going pretty well.
Or last year.
And we shall see what happens. It's been a bit of a rough go this spring with various little health complications. And so we'll see what happens, but I'll get it on video and you'll be able to see. Should be like 3 videos this week, something like that. And we'll also see what's happening in terms of macroscopic gold in the vein too. See if we can find that. Thank you, Ricky. You take care.
Good night, Ricky.
It depends on the size of the particles, Paul. I say my particles are smaller than bacteria, most of them. And if you add oil into the system and then try and leach it, it isn't going to work. So you go with the system that gives you your best recovery. And one of the standard ones is a gravity over a leach, because the gravity will get the big stuff and the leach will get the small stuff. Flotation works in many cases with high efficiencies, but again, it's all very Lars, sounds like you're having a good time. So that's why. I say there's a lot of different ways to do it, but it all depends on the actual. It's like, how do you change an engine? Well, the procedure depends on the car. It can be a lot different depending upon what the car is. That's kind of the way it is with gold. Oh, any more questions, anybody? Oh. Last step is just getting the gold out of the resin. So everything else is pretty straightforward. High recoveries, reasonable speed, reasonable simplicity. I mean, with fresh resin, we get 97% recovery out of solution in 1 minute of contact time. Works pretty simple. The dissolution, we're getting over 100% recovery according to the assay value, which of course lets you know that you've got coarse gold that isn't getting assayed. Because there's no way you can really get more than 100% recovery. So that means that your analysis of the amount of gold is inaccurate. So I say those stages work real well. The only issue we have in terms of efficiency right now is getting the gold out of the resin. Apparently, that's not unusual. That's something they're working on. Now, Jason down in Central America, they're trying to cement the gold onto zinc strips. They basically run the leaching solution over zinc strips to precipitate the gold. And so I'll find out how that works. Tricky Dicky there in the Philippines, he's using Jin Chan, which is very similar to, or possibly even identical to Eco Gold X. He's working on various things.
Probably the same stuff.
Let's say we have a number of people in a number of different places trying different things, and I'm pretty confident we'll get it figured out. We can do it. We just can't do it easily and efficiently. We can get it efficient, but not easily and not fast. So we want something that will work like a pound at a whack, because a pound of resin fully loaded has more than an ounce of gold in it. So if we could do a pound at a whack, we can, and we could strip that in a day. Well, that's an ounce a day. That adds up pretty quick. So we shall see what we shall see. Plus, a lot of this stuff I've never done at this scale before, or in exactly this way. I mean, I've run a crew moving 14,000 tons a day to a heap leach, but that's a different situation. Your teeth ring when you run your microwave? Huh. Yeah, can you put it in a Faraday cage when you do that? If that stops it, then you got a microwave leak out of it. It is kind of fun, Shaggy. I agree. Right now, I'm just very frustrated by this last step. It should be fairly straightforward. The manufacturer should have a procedure for this, because dissolving the gold is only part of the problem.
China.
And
say no more.
I say they haven't got it figured out either. So, okay,
It's China. What do you
we got to lead the world again. The weight of the world is on our shoulders, guys. So just use that for motivation, not intimidation. We'll get her done. Oh, assay the resin. We have done that in a number of ways. First of all, we had an assayer assay the resin. He came up with roughly the same numbers we do, and we use the fire assay technique that we're using right now. We also sent off samples to...
And he sent us a note saying he doesn't want to do it again.
Yeah, it's a difficult procedure. He'd prefer not to do it again, and if so, it will be a higher price. We also sent off samples to Rock Butcher in Canada there, and he is going to run them on an XRF with the extremely high concentrations of gold in the resin, as opposed to the very low concentrations in rock, X-ray fluorescence spectrophotometer should be reasonably accurate. So he is going to test the resins to see what his instrumentation says. We can cross-check that against what we have and go from there. We also, because it appeared, take care, Via. We will have a safe fourth, I'm sure, because we're going to be in our apartment the rest of the night here. But anyhow, his analysis will tell us what his does, and we can compare that with what ours is and kind of go from there. And also, his analysis will give us a read on other elements also. We're also running a multi-element analysis of the leach solution to see what else is getting dissolved. One thing that is in the fire assay that is not showing up in the resin appears to be silver. There's supposed to be approximately about as much silver as there is gold. We are not recovering it from the resin. My assumption is that's because it's not in the resin. My guess is it's not in the resin because the silver in the ore is in a form that doesn't get dissolved by Eco Goldex. Don't know. We will find out as soon as I get the results back from the lab. Again, I'm sitting here going, if we could just get some results, I could tell what was going on, but it just takes time. So yeah, I do have a lot. Yeah, you got it, Shaggy. And. That's going to be our new slogan here. But yeah, by doing a lot of things in parallel, you're making constant progress instead of twiddling your thumbs. It's like, okay, I don't know what's going on there, so it's just parked for a few days while we find out. But we got this over here we can work on. And while we're waiting results on that, we got that over there we can work on, and blah, blah, blah. So definitely multitasking this. We got about a dozen things going on at once right now. And some
I
of
have a whole notebook that's nothing but experiments.
yeah. And then you got Eva over here coming up with other ideas. So it's definitely interesting times. So pretty much, Shaggy. So I'd feel a little more comfortable if we had a technique on the recovering gold from the resin, and to say maybe something as simple as just chlorine bleach as the elixivant, especially if we put it in an electrolytic cell where we're putting an electric charge onto the resin beads. These things are relatively simple and cheap to accomplish. It just takes time to get all this other stuff done, and I got to move some more. So we shall see what we shall see. The bleach may very well put it back into solution, and that's the key. Assaying a crucible doesn't work. We're assaying about 10 to 12 grams of dried resin. Put that in a crucible with a charge, and right now we're getting about 4% gold?
Yeah, 4 to 5.
4 to 5% gold from the resin that we're testing at the moment. And we're also testing various techniques of loading the resin and monitoring the leach solutions, because I say this winter I was working with Lauren, and we developed a technique to test for gold in the Eco Goldex solution. To find out how much gold is in the solution using a laboratory, I have to take a bottle like this size here. By the way, that's what the resin looks like loaded. Put some solution in it, take it to the lab, and hand it to them. The next time he's running metals, which can be anywhere from a couple days to over a week, he'll run it through his equipment, give me a number, and I pay him $25 for every number I get. Well, that gets pretty pricey. The spot test, on the other hand, while it may not tell us exactly how much gold is in the solution, it'll tell us, does it have a lot of gold or a modest amount of gold or almost no gold, which is what we need to know to tell when the resin is loaded. And that costs us less than a penny a test. So we lose precision, but we save a heck of a lot of money.
And time.
And time, exactly. As Eva was saying, like, we'll find out the next morning. Right now, Paul, the problem with smelting the resin using the technique we're using, which uses litharge and therefore lead as a collector metal, is that we would need to have, well, let's see, for 10 ounces of resin, for 10 grams of resin, we use 60 grams of litharge.
Yes, I'm working on that.
Okay, so for a half a pound of resin, we're going to need like 2 or 3 pounds of litharge and wind up with 2 or 3 pounds of lead, which then has to be got rid of.
I'm working on this.
Which, see the efficiency problem? While it's a good technique to find out how much gold is in the resin, it's not a good technique for recovering large amounts of gold from resin. You know? And so
Well, my biggest bottleneck is still the furnace.
yeah. So then she keeps whining about the furnace. Well, I'm sorry.
No,
You know?
it's not your fault.
Say
That one, when things go perfectly, I can turn out 8 beads in a day. Okay.
it's just there's constant ands. And so I'll say it's one of those deals where, yeah, it gets really annoying. You know, I just was wondering, little one,
Mm-hmm.
if I was to take a heating element that's broken, put on a welder's glove, clamp the two wires together with a pair of needle nose pliers. No, then the problem, I'd wind up welding the pliers to the wire. That wouldn't work. Yeah. Oh well. But anyhow, I say it's just a never-ending battle against entropy, and we'd like to get something that is simple and easy and efficient, like the leaching, like the adsorbing onto the resin. Those are real simple and straightforward. Very simple. Eva's no chemist, but she learned how to do the testing and everything for that in a couple of days. She could have done faster if you were doing a whole bunch of tests and stuff in one day, but it's like one test per day. So after a few days, then she's basically doing it and making, telling me what's going on and keeping me informed. And then now it's just, she just does it. So they're very, very simple and straightforward and not very time consuming at all. That's how it should be with recovering the gold from the resin. That's where we're looking for something fairly simple, but we haven't found it yet. So hopefully we can find a way that we can recover the gold from the resin and reuse the resin. If we can elute it effectively and then electroplate it, that'll work great. Or cement it, precipitate it. I don't care at that point. As long as we can get it out into that solution again. Alligator clips. That might work. It's not a bad idea. The problem is when I use like a crimp connector, it usually gets a hot spot right at the end of the crimp connector, and that's where it fries again. But it would be nice. If we had really long crimp connectors and I could clean it, then it might act as a where there's the two wires together. They're just kind of sharing the electricity and like that. I don't know. But anyhow, such is life in the real world. And that's my job, is to figure out how to keep these things from going whack. So far, we've been, the problems have been popping up and we've been smacking them down. This one's just been together, been around for longer than most of them. Most of them disappear fairly quickly. This one's been around a while. Very, very annoying. So that's our major challenge, is getting it out of the resin. Oh, but we got a lot of help working on the problem, so I'm pretty confident we'll find a good solution sometime soon. That's not a bad idea, Paul, if all we were using is collector, but we're using litharge as an oxidizing agent too. If we had some other oxidizing agent that wasn't as radical, we use some potassium nitrate in there too. If we could use finely divided lead, because one of the problems is these resin beads break down into little teeny metallic beads. When the resin goes bye-bye, we wind up with little teeny metallic beads. And if they don't settle through the flux, and Reeve is doing really good now and getting a nice thin flux. That's some good thin flux. Those beads can settle through it. In a case like that, if we could oxidize the beads without losses and just use the same lead again and again as a collector, yes, that would be much more efficient. It's
I'm working on that.
Very legitimate theory.
I'm working on that.
And she's working on something. Again, it's the breaking down the damn beads without losing a lot of gold. That's the problem.
And the breaking down
the
the
smelting.
dang beads without killing the furnace.
Yeah, without killing the furnace too. But you could, again, if you just knew what temperatures you need, you could do it in a propane-fired furnace. If you could do it with, say, it's the losses that are killing us there. We can break down the beads, but when losing 25% of your gold, well, that gets pretty pricey. That's a hell of a loss when you've already got it in hand.
I mean, I can get the lead back. Getting the lead back's not a problem.
Let's say, and getting the lead back, not an issue, etc. But it's that stupid resin breaking down part without losses that's our issue.
The volatilization, which is why scrubber.
Yeah. So that's why we may wind up just taking, say, a contained steel, like a piece of pipe, throwing in half a pound of resin, heating it externally, and scrubbing the smoke. That might fix the problem.
It would smell a lot better.
Yeah, I say it might work just fine. But again, it takes time to do all this stuff, and right now I got to break rock. I got to move rock. So I say we'll work on it. But yeah, you're very correct, Paul. If you can break the resin down without having to use the litharge, then you could get by with a lot less lead. Absolutely. Yeah, the oxidizer burns up stuff like resin, which is what we need to do. Don't think that would work, Shaggy, but don't know.
What?
Can you put an oven screen in to catch the smoke? I don't think that would be highly efficient. We can bubble it through sodium hydroxide, I think, and recover the gold quite well, according to some experts. We shall see. Again, and. If we had one person, like, say, Chris Georgie, whose full-time job was just to work all this kind of stuff, then we could probably get it done fairly quickly.
If
And
we
I'm-
had a third person and I had a vehicle, I could live in the lab.
You know, and I'm sure Chris would love to. You know, I'm sure he'd love to be playing all these games over here, but there's reasons he can't. So, oh well. But that's not a bad concept, Shaggy. But I think there's more efficient ways of doing it. Maybe not. And even if you get it to, stick to the oven screen, how do you get it off the oven screen? If it's a stainless steel oven screen, then it becomes a little bit complicated. If it was aluminum, it would be pretty easy to smelt that. If it was regular steel, like say steel wool, that's pretty easy to dissolve in several different kinds of acid while leaving the gold as a solid precipitate. Even if it's very small particles, you can still, collect the sludge and smelt it. So I say there's a variety of possibilities. There's literally like 100 possibilities right now. And, one of those is something that Tricky Dicky just tried today, and it seemed to do some interesting stuff.
I have over a dozen on my list,
Yeah. Eva says she's got a dozen on her list.
and it grows.
Yeah. Copper pipe would melt in our furnace during operations. Plus, there's no hole to bring it in. We'd have to add a hole. We could add oxygen to the. I mean, we could bring more air in there, but again, we shall see. Somebody's knocking on the door.
Just to let you know I'm creeping on your porch.
Oh, okay. Watching the scenery?
Yeah.
Go for it, Henry. One of our neighbors is just on the porch watching the fireworks here because we're the second floor here. Yep. See, that's, Paul, why I was thinking if we had a piece of pipe with air coming in one end and the smoke coming out the other and then going to a scrubber, that would work. Oh, we will be, Jeff. We try and take it pretty careful. And I say, we got some
Let's go
safety
outside
measures.
for a minute. One of our near neighbors is setting off some cool stuff.
Yeah, stainless would work. I thought so, Jeff. Yeah, we'll be careful. And again, it's just, old geezer bodies here. We've been together a long time, and both of us were a lot stronger when we were younger. So, 10 years ago, this wouldn't have been difficult at all. As it is, I'm not sure. We'll find out. I think I can condition up, but how fast? Really need to be going 2 tons a week right now. So that's what we'll see if we can accomplish that. With any luck, we'll get 2.5 tons. And so if we can call up and get another trailer out there to load, that'd be good. But I've also got to change that track, pop stuff with the Sierra Blaster, and start putting in ground control. All that's going to take extra time. So, and. Man, that is such an appropriate phrase. We're gonna have to have a T-shirt on that someday here. Well, that's what I mean by a scrubber. Is you run the smoke underneath water. Actually, it's probably going to be a sodium hydroxide solution, because that'll tend to precipitate any highly volatile metals, we believe. And then you just take the sludge out of that, filter it out, and then furnace that. That's the idea. The pipe itself, probably just let the gold build up on it until such time as you think there's too much in there, and then maybe dissolve it with aqua regia or something like that. You could also set it up as the anode of an electrolytic cell and deplate the gold also. Oh, but yep, got it. Some interesting. It's a never-ending supply of interesting possibilities. So at least we're not bored. Well, I better let you all go so we can get some sleep. Does anyone have any final questions or anything like that? Man, I left my plutonium in my other wallet, man. That's one I don't think we're going to try anytime soon, Lars. Oh, I'll have as much fun as we can get away with. You too, Chris. Thanks for all the help. And that's some pretty interesting stuff between you and Tricky this week. So we shall see where all this leads us to. That was really funny with Tricky stuff. Very strange. Would make sense under some circumstances, though. Wonder exactly how much is on that lid. Okay, anyone else got any questions or anything? Oh, good Lord, Lars. Yep, time for bed. Make sure you take some B vitamins so you don't get a hangover in the morning. And drink plenty of water. Anyone else? Well, I want to thank you all for showing up on our Independence Day. And you guys have a good time and keep it safe. Let's have some careful fun out there. Get back next week. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.